All right, this time we're going to reconvene the meeting of January 16th, 2018. Vice Mayor Clara will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Gilio?
Here.
Vice Mayor Clower?
Here.
Mayor Velasquez?
Here.
Councilmember Friend?
Present.
Councilmember Solario Luna?
Present.
City Manager Avra?
Present.
City Attorney Diaz?
Here.
And Police Captain Reynoso.
Present. Thank you. The verification of agenda posting.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council meeting of January 16th, 2018 was posted on the bulletin board on January 12th, 2018 at 10:40 a.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. City Attorney, do you want to report out of closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was 5 items in closed session. Item number 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9b. There was 3 potential cases, and one involving the 400 block, out of which the mayor was recused and did not participate due to a conflict of interest. No action was taken on this item. With regards to item number 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. The name of the case, Award Homes versus the City of Hollister. No action was taken on this item. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, City of Hollister et al. Versus PG&E et al. There was a consensus reached by the City Council in closed session directing the special attorney representing the city to proceed with the lawsuit. Item number 4. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, threat to public services or facilities pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. No action was taken on this item. And then item number 5, public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. There was a consensus reached, Mr. Mayor, on this item in closed session, directing special counsel representing the city to negotiate a settlement with the employee. That's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to the Employee Service Awards for the 4th quarter.
Evening, Mayor, council members. The City of Hollister and the Hollister Fire Department would like to recognize Fire Captain Tim Schneider. Captain Schneider started with the fire department full-time October 26, 1997. He worked his way up from a reserve status as a young man in early 93, I believe it was. Went from reserve to fire captain, so that fire captain is the backbone of the fire service. They get the work from the chiefs and they carry the work out. They set the example. He grew up here, went to high school here, and now serves your community as a fire captain. Had every opportunity, like every other firefighter does, to work in a larger jurisdiction with a lot greater pay, but he chose to work here. Always worked a second job. He's in charge of our communications and our logistics division, and raised a family of 3, his wife Mandy, Cheyenne, and Cordell. October 26 marks the 20th year that Captain Schneider's been with this department, and I'd like to congratulate him. Unfortunately, he's not here today. As you have it, he's on a call down south. It took an hour to get out there, and it's probably going to take a little over an hour to get back. So
It's okay. We'll be here till about 10 tonight, so
I'll let him know.
he can come in at the end.
Thank you.
Please. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Tonight, I'd like to speak.
Who has a hidden microphone in here? It's on.
All your microphones off over there? It's off.
Can we find it? All right, give it another try.
Okay. Tonight, I have two employees to recognize. The first will be Henry Gonzalez. Henry started work for us on December 1st of 1997. Tonight, he's receiving his 20-year pin. I don't know if he's here. I don't think he is. Oh, there you are. You're hiding. Come on here. Henry is our utilities supervisor. He is responsible for all water in the city of Hollister, whether it be drinking, wastewater, or stormwater. Those are three huge responsibilities. In most organizations, they're handled by one person. Henry is exceptional enough to handle all three for us. Never have any issues with anything. I don't go to bed at night not worrying about anything because I know Henry's got it. And it really is a pleasure to supervise Henry, and thank you, Henry, for your 20 years of service.
Thank you, Henry.
Tonight, I also have the honor to tell you a story about a gentleman who joined the Army in 1973. He was in the Army for 5 years, served his country honorably, and after that, he joined the city of Hollister in 1982. Ronald Reagan was president. George Bush the first was vice president. He went on to faithfully serve the citizens of Hollister for 35 years. Tonight, this employee was going to be recognized for 35 years. Unfortunately, last week, while at work, he suffered a medical emergency. Despite the heroic attempts of his supervisor of the Hollister Fire Department, of the American Medical Response Ambulance team, and the team of doctors and nurses at Hazel Hawkins Hospital, unfortunately, this employee passed. The employee's name is George Villegas. We've only begun to feel the loss out at the yard of George. 35 years, you're a fixture. The knowledge, the camaraderie, and we're also a family. We truly are. It's rough not seeing him in his Raiders cap every morning. George was a diehard Raiders fan. So tonight, I'm honored to award his 35-year pen to his son, Adrian. Adrian, will you please come up?
Thank you. On behalf of my dad, we were here for his 30th year, me and my daughter Natalie, and that was unexpected. And he was a good hard worker. He's a good role model for our family, the kids, and he tried to get along with everyone, and he set the bar real high, and we're just real proud of him. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I feel I need to close my comments the way George would want me to. Go Raiders.
Councilman Luna?
I think it's very hard for all of us to convey our feelings tonight about George. I had the honor and the pleasure of working with George for 25 years. He was an expert in the field, in the water department. I worked the finance department, and I remember him walking in and looking at all of us and say, I think I have a problem, but I know that you can resolve this for me. And of course, we did our best, but we couldn't have achieved anything without George. So to his family, his mom and dad, our deepest sympathy. And we all know that George is in a better place than we are today. But to his family, thank you for sharing his life with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can share. I got to know George back in the late 90s, and I got to know him because he's the guy that would show up to shut my water off. I would be late on a bill every once in a while, but he'd always have that big smile on his face, and he'd tell me what to do, and I'd go do it, and 30 minutes later, he was right back to turn it back on with that same big smile. And all his years, as far as that biker rally and riding his bike and having these conversations with him about the rally, and just the biggest, sweetest, nicest guy we could have here in the city. I know he's riding his motorcycle up there. So he's a good man, and condolences to your family. We're going to move on now to recognize one of our council members. Recently, she was honored with an honorary degree from a college in Mexico, the capital, Mexico City. Council member Mickey Luna, we want to present you with a certificate. We're very, very proud of you. And there are a few other people here tonight that would like to acknowledge your certificate also, or your honorary degree, doctorate.
Lauren Cruz Sandoval.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Well, it is an honor to have been invited to this council meeting in the city of Hollister, and I would like to use this opportunity to present a message from the Consulate General of Mexico in San Jose, which serves our community in the counties of Santa Clara, Santa Cruz, Monterrey, and of course, San Benito as well. I want to express the wish of the Consulate of Mexico to keep building a positive future together, based on the solidarity, on the friendship, and of course the communication that we have forged together through decades. We look forward to collaborating with you in new projects and to build a strong friendship as well that allows us to keep nourishing the mutual growth of our communities. In this very special occasion, I would like to congratulate Ms. Miki Solorio Luna, who has recently received the honorary doctorate degree from the Universidad Iberoamericana in Mexico City. This has been awarded to her for being such a positive example to society. The Consulate General of Mexico in San Jose congratulates you, Ms. Solorio Luna, for being a role model, very positive to the younger generations and in particular to other women. Thank you very much. With our highest appreciation, I thank you again for this opportunity, and we look forward to collaborating with you, with the authorities, with organizations, and of course with the community leaders of this county during 2018 and in the following years. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to move to item 1. That is the election of our new vice mayor. Before we do that, I'd like to thank our current vice mayor, Carson Clower, for a job well done. I know it's a lot of work, and I appreciate everything you did as vice mayor this year. With that, I would like to nominate Councilmember Luna as our vice mayor for 2018. If there's a consensus from this council.
I agree.
Welcome, Vice Mayor. I think it's time we rearrange seats, and it's time for you to take the oath of Vice Mayor. Want to step down if you're going to step down?
So raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Nikki Solorio-Luna,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will, well and faithfully, discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
All good? All right, we're going to move to the consent agenda. Are there items that the council would like to pull?
A13.
A13,
A6.
A6. I'd like to pull item A3, A4, A5, A7, A8, A10, and A14. Are there any from the public?
Can I just double check? That's A3, A4, A5, A6, A7, A8, A10, A13, and A14.
Yes, correct.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent calendar as amended.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Item A3.
Good evening. Item A3 is to purchase a $15,000 supplemental appropriation to purchase a hydro separator for the yard. This is the device that we're looking at doing throughout the city on our storm drain connections, which allows it to capture dirt, oil, etc.
Right. The question I thought we had approved funding for this already.
You
That's why I
approved funding for emergency shutoffs for the catch basins in case there's a fuel island.
So we never
emergency.
approved the funding for these items?
No. You have, a couple meetings ago?
No, this was, I thought, around the budget.
No,
Cycle,
around the budget cycle, we purchased 4 stainless steel boxes that basically have a valve in them, so we can shut off if there's a spill emergency at the fuel island, we can shut them off so nothing gets into the system.
But when you made this presentation, we agreed that we were going to do 1 or 2. So I'm just want to make sure that we're not, if this additional one, that's fine. I just want to know what we were dealing with.
This is what we decided.
Okay. Is there any questions from council?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there any comments, public?
There are no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Go to A4.
Item A4 is a supplemental appropriation for $40,000 so we can purchase additional water meters. This is just an ongoing business cost. As our inventory runs low, we do need a resupply.
This is, I call this out again, this is more of a, from the budget cycle, when we're going through the budget. Are we pre-planning early enough so we're not having, lately I've been noticing a lot of items coming through our consent agenda for extra funding. So I want to make sure we're planning for that during the budget cycle so we're not having to do it later in the year.
Okay.
I understand if we're running short on something. I just want to make sure that all the departments are planning ahead for the year. And is this needed right now, or are we to that
Our
point?
direction when we budget in the past has been to do minimal budgets and to handle items like this through this procedure. For next year's budget, we'll certainly budget appropriate levels so we don't have to go through this process.
Okay. All right. Do we have any comments from the council? Any speaker cards?
No speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Go item A5.
A5 is a supplemental appropriation for $330,000, which is the payment to the Hollister School District for the use of their school sites for recreational facilities per the new agreement that was approved at a meeting prior to the first of the year.
Right. And go ahead, Councilmember
I
Friend.
just have one quick question, just for everybody's. This is a one-time payment.
This is a one-time
We're
payment.
not renting per night when we do it. This is all taken care of.
No. There will be a one-time payment at the first of the year, each year, for the life of the contract.
The question I had on this was, are we going to be moving this into Parks and Rec in the budget, or how is this going to be handled
I was going to plan on budget it under contracts, yes.
for the under Parks and Rec? Okay. So this,
Or it'd probably likely be in the Parks Department.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is different than the recreation.
yeah, it's just the amount we're paying now for the use of the fields, does that work into this number, and how's that?
There will be a slight offset
There'll
of
be an
the
offset off of
remaining
that.
balance that exists currently.
Okay. Councilman Gilio?
Quick question, Mike. I had heard from some constituents that for organized sports, they're being charged by the school district to participate in organized sports at the facilities that we're paying for. And during those times, that didn't really make sense if they're getting double charged for that. And do you have any information on that possibly, or could you talk to the school district about that?
They probably are, and it was the school district's intention to charge organized sports all along. Our contract covered just general use, not organized sports.
Okay.
Okay. Any speaker cards?
Speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, is there a second? Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll go to item A6.
A6 is a $30,000 supplemental appropriation out of the Airport Enterprise Fund to do some emergency paving out at the airport. We have several areas of asphalt that are just letting go due to improper installation in the first place about 27 years ago. One of those areas is where the dumpsters are on the west side of the airport. The asphalt has failed. The garbage truck being there every week, 2 times a week, has just caused the 2 inches of asphalt on top of the dirt to just collapse and disintegrate. So the intention is to replace that with a concrete pad so we don't go down this road again in the future. While we're doing that, we also had a little issue over there during the windstorm last year where a dumpster blew into the side of a jet and created a $35,000 hole. So we're going to corral those and a trash enclosure that should have been built when those hangars were built 27 years ago that was never built. And then finally, there's a strip of paving in front of a business out there that has let go that works on jet engines. And the last thing any of us want is a chunk of asphalt to go through a jet engine.
I had pulled this item, and the reason being is because I just wondered, any of this cost, is it under any grant, airport grant that could cover it?
No, this is all just maintenance at the
Just
airport.
maintenance out of the airport
That's
fund?
correct.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Friend?
A $5,000 hole in a dumpster?
$35,000 to
$35,000 hole in the jet from the dumpster.
Blew into the plane.
going to say, well, that's an expensive dumpster.
It really was an expensive dumpster.
Stainless steel. All right. Okay, we're gonna hang on. We're working on one item at a time here. Is there any speaker cards?
There are no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
That second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Move to item A7.
A7 is a $22,000 supplemental appropriation to solve a problem down at animal control. The dog pen area at animal control, when it was constructed, had steel grates with holes approximately 4 inches long by 3/4 inch wide in them, and there is over 800 feet of that grating in the dog pens, both on the outside and the inside. So literally there's 4 trench drains out there. Because the holes are so large, animal waste, animal hair, and animal food is being knocked in there by the animals on a regular basis. It is traveling through the plumbing system and clogging the waste lines. So the intention of this money is to purchase covers that have 3/8 inch holes in them only. It's a smooth plate with a series of small holes. They're manufactured by the same manufacturer of the trench drain. They're designed for downtown applications where there's going to be high heels, so a high heel can't go down in the drain. They also have a raised bump on them that will also assist in catching the hair. We believe this will stop us having to call a plumber out there about 3 times a month to snake out the building.
So it's how many drains you're saying, and how long?
There's about 800 feet
800
of drains
feet?
between the 4 sticks, yeah.
And that's going to cover all the 800 feet.
That is correct.
Well, that makes a lot more sense now.
There was a plastic material, a grate made of a plastic material that could be purchased, but that was a $16,000 expense. And in discussions with the city manager, if we're going to go 16, we might as well go 22, get the stainless steel, so it's a forever fix. The plastic would need to be replaced after 5 or 6 years.
All right. Any questions from council? Any speaker cards? This item? Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Move to item A8.
This next item is just requesting the approval of the expansion of the CFD in order to be able to provide services and be able to annex properties that are coming into the city as they get annexed.
My question on this was, this is to cover areas that we have not annexed already, or projects that have already been annexed and built and approved?
Projects that have been annexed that are still in the process of construction. So in order for us to be able to annex them into the CFD, we have to do the expansion of the CFD as well.
So these are already been approved projects?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I wanted to make sure of. Okay. Any other questions from council?
No, that was my question, too.
Any speaker cards? All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item A10.
Good evening. This item will approve an agreement with Benjeric for the Orchard Park development for a agreement. It's called a memorandum of agreement for home construction within the subdivision prior to the subdivision being completed.
I just wanted clarification. This is already a project that's been approved in construction, so why do they have to come through to us?
Okay, so the Development Services Department realized that we've been allowing that to happen without the appropriate documents. This particular document, which you'll see coming before you for future projects, will formalize and set conditions in the agreement that the subdividers will have to abide to in order for this to happen. It's to make sure that certain things are, for health safety wise, certain things are done in the subdivision prior to early start construction of the production models, it also allows the construction and use of model homes in the subdivisions. Otherwise, without this agreement, subdivisions would have to complete 100% of their project prior to them getting any building permits.
So the roads are in there for fire.
The roads will be accessible by the fire apparatus. The utilities are in. Water, sewer are essentially complete. This will allow, once the sticks start going up in the air, this will allow the fire department to go in and put out a fire if one should occur. There's also a requirement for fire hydrants to be operational, I believe, within 500 feet of the construction.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Are there any speaker cards on this item?
There are no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion. Is there a second. Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Who made the motion?
Motion and second by Councilmember Clara.
Thank you.
Move to item A13.
Yeah, I pulled this item. I don't have a problem with it. I just wanted to put the new city clerk through a little bit more aggravation is all. To make her explain to us why we should do this.
Wow.
Hearing nothing coming from her, I will make a motion that we approve.
I do want to say a quick comment. Several years back, I had run into Christina in Morgan Hill, and she had the nerve to be working in the city from Morgan Hill. And I looked at her and I said, "What are you doing over here? Come home. There's great things happening in Hollister, and we could use you back in Hollister."
I believe you told me to learn everything I could and bring it home.
Learn everything. I did say that. I said, take pictures of all the files and come back to Hollister. And she did. And she worked so hard to get all her credentials. And Jerry, thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. That I'm so proud of what you become and what you are for the city. I just want to say congratulations.
We're not done with it.
Well,
Vice Mayor Luna?
Christine, what I have to say is that I saw you start with the city many years ago. And I saw you go through recreation, fire department, and then you ended up here with Jerry. And yes, and I remember you being in Morgan Hill, and I saw you in Morgan Hill, as you recall. And I asked you the same thing, what are you doing here? But welcome back. You came back, and you've done such a superb job. I'm glad to see you in the position now, and I hope you're here to stay for a while. So congratulations.
Councilmember Gilio?
Christine, I wanted to say congratulations. You were acting clerk when I got here, and you definitely went through trial by fire. You probably did things as a clerk that no other clerk has done within the state of California, believe it or not. And so you have a lot of great experience, and the last 6-7 months working with you has been incredible. I really appreciate all your efforts, and thank you very much, and congratulations.
Councilmember Clara?
Yeah, I'll just echo everybody's sentiment and just kind of let everybody know that you've kind of been the city clerk for a while. So I'm glad that with this vote we'll be able to make it official, and I'm really excited for you.
Thank you.
I don't have anything to say.
How about you make the motion? There you go.
It's obvious that she came back to us with a purpose, and she's should have done this 4 years ago, 3 years ago. A couple of us tried to talk her into it 2 years ago. Now she's got the confidence, and she went on her own to get her master's clerk certificate faster than anybody expected, and she's been working on it very hard, and I think she's an important part. she has a huge pair of shoes to fill, and I think you're going to do that, and I think that's going to be an asset to us. With that, I'll make a motion that we approve.
I'd second that.
The motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Motion carries. Congratulations.
I didn't make her cry. That's what I wanted to do.
Make her twirl her hair.
Okay, before we move on, I need to swear her in real quickly.
She's been swearing at you for 2 years.
We did it earlier.
Your picture. Which is your picture side?
I, Christine Black,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will,
and that I will,
well and faithfully,
well and faithfully,
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Right.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to say a few words?
Yes, I think Jerry Johnson would like to say a few words. City Treasurer Jerry Johnson.
Well, former city clerk, whatever it is. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you very much for this recognition for Christine. She has indeed worked very hard, and she did obtain her MMC in record time. So I'm really, really proud of all that she did. And now I would like to introduce to you Patty Barajas, who is the city clerk with the City of Salinas, and she is the regional director for our City Clerks Association, City Clerks of California. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council and community. First and foremost, congratulations, Christine, on your employment agreement with the City of Hollister. As Jerry mentioned, I am the City Clerk. My name is Patricia Barajas. I'm the City Clerk for the City of Salinas, and I'm also here representing the City Clerks Association of California. Our association represents over 1,000 city clerk professionals statewide. I am very pleased to make this presentation to Christine to recognize her for her exceptional achievement as a city clerk professional. Christine, please come forward to be honored. You're fine there, you can stand. I'm going to bring my entourage with me right now. So, Christine has been conferred the title of Master Municipal Clerk, having completed an extensive educational component through the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. To receive this designation, Christine demonstrated an active pursuit of professional development and remains informed of current social, political, cultural, and economic issues facing municipalities across the state. In fact, fewer than 10% of city clerk professionals ever achieve this title. Many people see that Christine ensures that the city council agendas are in legal compliance, making certain that all contracts and agreements are in proper form and properly executed, and archiving the city's vital records, but few recognize the significant role Christine plays in preserving democracy. There are thousands of laws that exist in federal, state, and local level, all of which are in place to protect the people's rights, the people's access to records, and the people's ability to participate in the decision-making process, such as we have done today. These laws are complex and constantly changing. It is up to Christine to know about these laws, understand these laws, and administer these laws to best serve the people. Christine takes this responsibility seriously and demonstrated by her achievement the Master Municipal Clerk designation. With that, I'd like to call Jerry back up to the podium here with me. Jerry was also my mentor before I became the city clerk for the city of Salinas. So we've gone full circle here. Jerry, with that, I delegate the authority for you to present the commendation to Christine.
Thank you. Patty has the actual certificate. This certificate is presented in appreciation and recognition of your personal sacrifice and dedication required to attain professional excellence exhibited by achieving Master Municipal Clerk certification. The Master Municipal Clerk certification is a lofty goal, demonstrating the highest level of professional competency in public administration. Reaching this prestigious certification increases your ability to serve your community and the municipal clerk profession. As a Master Municipal Clerk, you are a role model for professional municipal clerks worldwide. Therefore, the City Clerks Association of California, with great pleasure, does hereby commend and recognize you for this accomplishment. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'd also like to recognize, besides Patricia and I here, Shauna Friels, the City Clerk, City of Gilroy,
Absolutely.
and Rhonda Pellin, who lives here and is the former City Clerk, City of Gilroy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone from the family that would like to say anything? They're like, oh no. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations again. We'll move to item A14. I ask that this item be pulled so we can discuss it a bit. Who's in charge of this item? Mary, I believe?
Mary, certainly not me.
Okay. I asked this to be pulled so the public can hear about what's going on.
Thank you.
Through our conversations with Santa Clara Valley over the last few years. I know a lot of people are concerned or they want information about the 25-101 interchange. And I'm pleased to see that's moving along here, and I was hoping that you could speak on it. And I asked Mary Gilbert from COG to come out also to explain what's been happening and let our public here know that work is being done for a new interchange.
Right. I think what I'd probably like to do is defer to Mary. She's been working on this. She made an announcement at the Downtown Association Economic Vitality meeting about this and that they were looking for letters of support. And so that was Thursday. She helped us put this together with very little time. So I'll hand it over to Mary.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Mary Gilbert. I'm the executive director of the Council of Governments for San Benito County. And I thank the city of Hollister for putting this item on the agenda with such short notice. So recognition to your staff for doing that. The Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority is pursuing funding through the new Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. And that is a new program that's part of Senate Bill 1, which is the new gas taxes that and vehicle license fees that have come into place over the past few months in California. Several programs were developed under SB 1, and the Trade Corridor Enhancements is one of them. So that's new money that's available to transportation projects throughout the state. So it's good news that VTA is pursuing this money in the first available round of funding through that program for the interchange at Highway 25 and 101 in Santa Clara County. And really this does speak to the partnership that San Benito and Santa Clara counties, along with the city of Hollister, have developed. We have been meeting since about 2015, elected officials from both counties and the city of Hollister as the San Benito-Santa Clara Mobility Partnership. We have a memorandum of understanding in place, and we're really working to further the goals of partnership and meet our needs in these areas. So the VTA is, there's no local San Benito County dollars going towards this project. The VTA is looking for that state money, and they'll be matching it with their own local funding. So, if you have any
And the
questions?
amount is approximately 70 million, I believe, 65, 70 million.
For construction of the ultimate interchange project, right? Yeah. So this funding will get them over the hump to finalize all of the design for the project, with a goal really of getting started with construction in a few years.
So we're making great progress. I want to
Yes.
thank you for leading that charge and setting up those meetings so we could have those conversations and the partnerships with Santa Clara County and the county here get this job done. So thank you very much.
And those meetings will continue. So this is just one step of the way that we're meeting.
Absolutely.
So
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
No speaker cards, Mr. Mayor?
Excellent. Do we have, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Let me ask, do we have any students in the audience tonight? Yeah. Okay. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? We can sign your cards, and we have a lot more business to do after that.
And set you free.
I did. He wants to get out of here. So, Brett can't get it signed off and leave. He wants.
ready now. I got a cup of coffee. We can do this. Damn, it's cold. Huh?
All right, this time we're going to resume the meeting. We're going to move to item B1.
Yes, this resolution 2018-01 for the successor agency is to adopt the recognized obligation payment schedule for the fiscal year 18-19. This is essentially the budget of the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of Hollister. This will go to the oversight board for approval and then the Department of Finance. The items in the budget are commitments for loans for our bonds and agreements that were in existence prior to the dissolution of redevelopment agencies. Staff's recommending approval of the resolution.
Okay. Is there any questions from council?
So when I read the report from last year and this year, there's no changes in
there's minor changes.
But I mean, the timing and everything is the same.
Right. It's essentially the same. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Any speaker cards?
There are no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Is there a motion?
So moved. Move that we adopt resolution 2018-01-SA.
All right. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to public comment. This is time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Zavon Casada. Check, check, check.
Hello, hello, hello.
Can we, so on, okay. Last time we had this incident, please use that microphone at the podium, speak to the council, not to the audience, all right?
I can't speak to you because actually I want to speak to my community.
Well,
so that's why I'm trying
that's why we come here to listen, and then we can go back through items, placing on the agenda. But please, through the format that we use here.
You know, Mr. Mayor, that's fine. That's fine.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Okay. My name is Zavon, and I'm a resident of San Benito County, Hollister, California, and I'm an artist. And I'm just going to say something real quick to my community. Hello? Okay. sorry for me to speak right here. So a sitting of 8 of a new council, every member knew. Don't take this disrespectful, either members of the council. But a sitting of 8 with 7 of the junior youth next to it, taking care of the art, color, and dance of the community. Things that need to be looked at are things like the community rec center, a place where people go and retire. It looks like a soup kitchen. When we're making the $38 million courthouse, why didn't we look at it from the top of the park and say, hey, wow, look at the retirement place, which hasn't got anything in 7 years. Except for just recently, something for its bathrooms. How fun, a retirement home to go to your bathrooms, which looks really cool. And these are people that have retired here in Hollister. These are just some of the things that I just want to mention. Oh, and also, with the youth taking care of everything that has to do with the feel of the color and the art and dance in Hollister, things like the underground painting that they did for the courthouse to the other side of the street, it took 2 years and $10,000. That's pretty observant if you look at it. It was just a painting under the thing, which is really cool and all that. It's just when I went to the design committee meeting, they kind of looked at me like I was kooky because I was talking about how ridiculous it was for $10,000 in 2 years to do that. Another thing is that with the ordinance of all these houses being built, I'm pretty sure that with more coming, we're going to have nothing but to look at each other. For if you look at the houses in the west side already, they have 7 windows in the front, overpowering the residence of their neighbor. If we put a 3 to 5 year cap on that of no houses, but build destinations, it'll give us the opportunity to bring other cultures here to Hollister. For this Hollister, San Benito County, is a boom. It's right in the middle of everything, from San Jose to San Francisco. This is not going to be a city of houses and cages, which are wrapped around almost everything in Hollister, actually, and especially abandoned buildings, and not to mention all the empty retail spots downtown. It's kind of hard when you have the epic wine house opening up, and there's 2 empty businesses next to it. These are just things that I'm just taking into concern when I walk down the streets of Hollister, my city. And it just baffles me how so many brilliant people live here, and yet we have so many open retail spots. It doesn't make any sense. And not just that, I mean, Mr. Mayor, you have the biggest building in the city too, and no disrespect, but I mean...
Thank you, Mr. Casada. Thank you.
D. Slikas.
Mayor and members of the board, before I start, I'd like to state my condolences to the family that lost their father and husband, and thank you to all that has been making a difference. It was very nice to hear about all the awards. My name is Dee, as I stated, and I return to you tonight and hope that our advice, our pleads, and our concerns has reached all of you members of the board to re-vote to place a barrier at the end of Bonneview Road. It seems we have heard that a few council members are seeing it as too costly to open the deteriorating road, mostly when there is 3 other egresses and ingresses available for the 20 new homes. I am here tonight to ask to be placed on the February 5th agenda to allow Bonneview Road residents to come and speak and get answers to what is going to happen. We have emailed the board as well as the building manager with our request and have not received a response. I know you all are very busy with other matters, and we thank you all for your time. We like to know and share our gratitude to the maintenance workers that did come out to our street after many years now and have filled the potholes just last week. The maintenance manager, the county workers did state that filling our potholes was kind of strange because the road is too thin, and they did state that it's not going to last. So they said that our road needs to be reported that it's not up to code, it's too thin. Also, I have a letter here for a gentleman, unfortunately, that is very sick and was not able to attend, and he asked me to read this to you. Dear council members, it seems that the issue of whether or not opening Bonneview Road came down to 3 options. You open the road as is, in poor condition, to new and increased traffic until soon it is no longer usable, then face an even bigger controversy at the point, because now the neighbors will be complaining about not only the road is ruined, but they have been saying the whole time, we told you so, and now who's going to fix the road? Number 2 option is you can repave the road for the much traffic that's going to come through, but we need speed bumps. But that option was stated that it's totally unaffordable. Option 3 is to leave it dead end as is, which would give us many decades of further use with very few maintenance costs and very little controversy. To put new traffic on this road without first repairing it would be irresponsible and inconsiderate. And to make matters worse, when residents are back here soon over the issue of a destroyed street that we previously warned about, the council members and who initially brought us this problem are probably no longer going to be on the board by then, and it's not fair. If the honorable city council members could please give us a word on how they feel about this issue, we would appreciate it very much. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Eric Hecht.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Eric Hecht, and I'm the owner of 817 Industrial. I've previously applied for a dispensary, cultivation, and manufacturing permit, which the council withdrew from the agenda. I am asking the council to bring back only my manufacturing permit onto the agenda for a vote from the council, which was submitted as the nonprofit entity name FBT Jordan, Inc. I'd like to share with you what has changed since I last addressed the council. For the past 6 months, I've developed a relationship with Tracy Ryan, who is CEO of CannaKids, a California-based cooperative whose purpose is advancing the treatment of pediatric cancer with medical cannabis derivatives such as CBD. Tracy's own daughter suffers from brain cancer and used cannabis extracts in conjunction with chemotherapy to treat her illness. It is an amazing story, and I suggest you all go to savingsophie.org to find out more about it. CBD has been successful in treating children who suffer from epilepsy, and Canada Kids is at the forefront of extending the investigation of how medical cannabis can be used to effectively treat ailments in children. The extracts that our facility will produce are in fact the same derivatives that found promising results in preliminary tests with Canada Kids. As part of my own team, I'm working with a biological engineer, Travis Joseph Mayer, who has multiple years of experience in stem cell and cancer research at major research institutions. Travis, like Tracy at Canada Kids, is interested in advancing the cause of medical cannabis to combat ailments which have traditionally found limited solution. I'd like to read a quote from a letter sent to me by Tracy. Eric, you and Garden District Investments were one of the first sponsors for this important mission, and we are very thankful for your caring support. It is a partnership like ours that ensure our success in helping these children and families. I emailed an entire copy to the council of that letter. I would also like to let you know that I've been committing myself locally to the community. To advocate the participation of young adults, we're exploring teaming up with Gavilan College to provide employment opportunities to local Gavilan students who are interested in becoming part of this new industry. Michaela Gonzalez is my point of contact, hiring security personnel, extractors, accounting personnel, packaging personnel, and everything in between. I'll personally be attending the next job fair to solicit employees for our facility. I'm working with local contractor Darren at DH Construction to increase security measures by implementing a key card entrance with gated vehicle entry so only verified individuals have access to exterior, as well as construct the building to building codes and cannabis guidelines. I assure you, by only doing manufacturing permit, we're doing a zero imprint to the community. Proceeds from our business will be directed to select local charities that further causes important to the community. For example, charities like Women's Club of Hollister, which provides social and educational opportunities for disadvantaged women, are prime candidates for who we'd like to help. I've also reached out to lots of members on my street, including Lisa Ravella's Gym, who said she'd be very open to a manufacturing. She just doesn't want us to pursue the dispensary, which I understand. Again, we're going to have a very zero imprint effect to the community, and it's no cash or anything really exchanged, just very, very simply just do manufacturing for CBD oils. I implore you that you please reconsider my application only for the manufacturing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Julie Vieira.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Julie Vieira, CEO of the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce. Mine's very too short. Mine's very simple. I would like to invite our business members to join the chamber in a new group that we have formed. It's called Monday Brew and Perks. It will start at 9 o'clock in the morning, run for an hour, and it is for our sole proprietors, our small business, and our medium-sized businesses. You do not have to be a chamber member. It's going to be a roundtable discussion on how we can market together, partnership together as businesses, and discuss the effects of local government within our small community. So this is just a roundtable discussion. You do not have to be a chamber member. And I will provide the coffee, but it's just to get our local businesses to start talking together and working together to promote our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marty Richmond.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Marty Richmond. Happy New Year to everybody. Before I came down, I got a news flash from the Los Angeles Times that they have a new estimate for the inexpensive portion of the bullet train, the 119-mile portion that runs through the valley, where the land is cheap and very little items have to be removed to lay the track. And the new estimate now, the official new estimate, is $10.6 billion to run 119 miles of track. I'll save you the time for doing the math. That comes out to $89 million a mile today. Of course, tomorrow it'll probably be $100 million a mile. So you could take $70 million, you could build the interchange at 25, and 101, and you could have $19 million left over. And you could do that 100 times, and you would only have spent $7 billion, and you would have $3 billion left over. $1 billion is $1,000 million. Okay? I asked this city, in the name of the people who live here, to write a letter to the state government and tell them that we do not want the bullet train. It will do nothing for us. It's not built to take you to work. And if it stops at every little town, then it is no longer the bullet train. It's a multi-billion-dollar fiasco. This is ridiculous. You could build a 5-lane highway from here around the world for what it's going to cost to build a bullet train from Sacramento to Los Angeles. This is ridiculous, and we're going to be pinning $100 bills on every ticket as a subsidy. I don't care how big it is. They could take that bullet train and they could stick it in one of those tunnels they're not going to build now on the Delta because that costs too much money, and they can just pour concrete on it as far as I'm concerned. Our people need a way to get to work and back. Half this county works outside the county. And if you're not going to provide them the road mileage to be able to do it, then they're going to shrivel up and die economically. So I urge you to put it on the agenda for a letter to oppose the bullet train and to ask our representatives who are going to be running for the state legislature to pledge to vote against the bullet train, because the bullet train is just a fiasco that never stops eating all the money on the planet Earth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
I have nothing really to report this evening, but I was just wanting to get some clarification on is it the council's desire to have sort of a final report or decision on the Bonneview Street sort of closure? We have the information now that is pertinent. I believe Councilman Gillio asked us to get a cost and price for the actual installation of a gate, et cetera. So we have that to provide you if that's something that you want to discuss. Is that okay? Okay, so we'll put that on. And then
I'm going to refrain from any comments on that since I had to recuse myself. City Attorney, do I have to remove myself if this discussion is going on?
If it relates to a direct economic interest and you're conflicted out and we're taking this matter up as part of the city manager's report, then the answer would be yes.
Okay, so I'm going to remove myself. My attorney happens to be one of the residents on Bonneview.
Right.
So
I recall. And then for the three of you, you can stay. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'll put it on.
Are you done?
Are you done?
Yeah, I'll put it on.
I was going to hand the gavel over to the new vice mayor.
Oh, okay. Go for it, Mickey.
The hotel thing, anyways.
There it is.
Well, that didn't take long.
You don't want to give me this. All right.
Look, she even took your chair.
I could have stayed there.
He's the mayor now. Mayor Luna.
All right.
Uh-oh.
So the mayor has recused himself. We move forward. Good discussion.
I have a question. The young lady that was talking during closed session brought up the fact that they were looking for something on the agenda to talk. Didn't we have a special meeting and allow those people 3 hours to talk to us about this?
We did. And if you'll recall, Councilman Friend, I believe one of the last directions that staff got from the council was to look at and evaluate the potential costs associated with actually putting a gate end or closing part of Bonneview. So staff went back and we've put that together now. We have that available for you to look at and with some staff recommendations. And I think that with one more meeting, I think we could probably put that to rest.
Vice Mayor Luna?
Yes.
My recollection is that we all looked at each other and said, is there a consensus to see what the cost would be, the legality, and come back and discuss it one last time? And I think that's where we landed last time. So I support taking a look at the cost, the legality, and the impact to the area. Taking a look at it.
Well, obviously we owe them an answer. And I'm not even real sure we owe them an answer. It's a county affair, and obviously the county's not going to do anything about it. So I'm just curious as to why we're making a decision to do something with that road when the county has flat told them they're not going to repair it and they're not going to do anything about it.
So it's not really on the agenda, so we just put it on, we can say we're going to put it on the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
So actually, we just move forward with the item to the next agenda?
Yeah, because we'll have it on there for an actual recommendation, and you can speak about it and make a decision. So.
And the person that was here, you'll notify her so that.
Oh yeah, we generally let all the folks on Bonnie View know.
Is there a time frame on the discussion as to how long it's going to be? We were here 2 hours on December 18th. Discussion on that.
Mm-hmm. No, so, I mean, it's like any other item. Vice Chair Luna, when we have the discussion, we allow people to speak for 3 minutes, and
30 minutes.
Yeah, they'll take their time.
All right. Thank you. Any other discussion?
I believe they're asking for a presentation to be put on that February 5th meeting.
Prepared by them?
Prepared by them. We could ask them to limit that to a certain amount of minutes.
We can ask them to limit their comments. It's been 3 minutes. We can bring it down to 2 or even 1, depending on how many you have, because after all, you're going to go over 30 minutes.
I knew we made you vice president, vice mayor for a good reason.
Vice president. So would you like me to inform them that their presentations should be no longer than 10 minutes? Is that?
I believe that we can do that.
Okay.
We should do that.
Okay. I'll let them, or Chris, well, somebody will let them know.
Okay.
I will.
No action on this item, so we just
No.
move forward and the mayor can come back.
Yeah. Now, my next item involves probably the recusal of Councilman Cowler and Gillio, because I want to discuss the potential of putting back the 817 Industrial Drive for manufacturing of a cannabis facility utilizing CDBD only. So.
We need those little tubes that come in and just cut it right off.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Not just manufacturing, but it's on industrial. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as you heard during the public input, there was a request being made to put a CDBD manufacturing facility located at 817 Industrial Drive, I believe, on for the February 5th 2018 meeting. If that's something that you would want to hear or consider, staff would just like direction on putting that application back together and submitting the related materials for your consideration.
I personally would not like to have that come back. Councilmember
I believe that first application died for lack of a motion.
I believe that it
so
did, yes.
It was technically never discussed before.
Well, you had the opportunity to hear the item. So the question is that application at that time was much grander in scale. It had a dispensary component, it had a manufacturing component, and it also had a cultivation component. So if the council, I understand the mayor's position, if the council wants to see a manufacturing only of CBD production, then that was the direction that staff was looking for.
Did the original application have those, or was it just for the?
The original application actually, and Maria can correct me if I'm wrong, actually contemplated, I think, 2 different companies performing both dispensaries, or having a dispensary, cultivation, and manufacturing.
So it did go through that process, and so it did not pass that night.
Correct. There was, as Councilman Friend said, I believe that there was not a motion made at that point. I'm getting a nod, yes.
It had died due to a lack of motion.
It did die due to lack of motion. Okay.
So your
Vice Mayor Luna has a question.
Yes. Would this be a resubmittal of the application with only the manufacturing, or does the process begin all over again where he would have to reapply?
So we haven't really gone through this much, and this was as I was sitting here listening to him speak. I think what we would do is we would ask him to modify his current application to reflect what he is going to be proposing on doing in the facility, which is completely different than what was originally planned. So it would almost be a new application at this point.
Okay.
So are you looking for consensus to put it on?
Yeah, and I believe I need all three of you.
As I said, I can't support bringing this back.
Doesn't matter the rest of it do.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to item E1.
We might want to bring the others back.
They're just going to probably have to.
Didn't they recuse themselves on this item, though?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
There's two.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is the appeals. Got it. I'm sorry. My apologies. I got lost. Mayor and council, the appeal attorneys for California's Finest Manufacturing requested a continuance to a date certain on February 5th. If that is of consensus, I just need a motion to continue to February 5th.
So moved.
We have to ask public comment first. Is there any?
There are no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So the motion to continue to February 5th. There's a second. Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar situation with LLXP Corporation. These applicants are using the same attorney who also requested that the item be continued to a date certain. That date certain would be February 5th, 2018.
Okay. Any comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
There are no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right, is there a motion to continue
So moved.
February 5th? There's a motion. Is there a second? Motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. We're going to move to item E3.
Now,
Good evening, council members. This item.
hang on, Mary.
Let's bring them in.
Okay.
Now, at this point, I'm going to recuse myself. It so happens that this company recently bought a hotel in Scotts Valley where my company had been doing work for the past year on as a subcontractor. So to avoid any conflicts of interest, I am going to pass the gavel, but not to chair, to Vice Mayor Luna.
I didn't like your chair.
Me neither.
Okay. Okay, noting that the mayor has recused himself due to a conflict of interest. So, Mary, did you want to go ahead and make the presentation?
Yes. This item is a public hearing with Resolution 2018-12, which is a resolution to consider approval of an agreement between the City of Hollister and Hollister Hotel LP, a California limited partnership, as part of the Transient Occupancy Tax Incentive Program approved by the City Council on September 5th of last year. The purpose of the program is to help attract new hotels and encourage upgrades of existing hotels by providing a rebate of the percentage of the annual Transient Occupancy Tax payments, or TOTs, that can be used to secure additional financing from the primary lender for a hotel project. This agreement will provide an annual rebate of 70% of the transient occupancy tax received from the hotel for 10 years with a cap of $2 million. There's an option for the City Council to extend the rebate another 5 years, but if it is extended, the rebate would be reduced to 33% of the annual TOT. A public hearing is required by Government Code Section 53083 for any economic development subsidy in excess of $100,000. The information is also required to be posted on the city's website, which has been done, and remain there for the duration of the subsidy. The project, the staff report includes a report that's based on the requirements of the government code section I just cited. The project is expected to add 15 to 17 full-time jobs and 3 to 4 part-time jobs. Based on information from the assessor's office, at 94% completion of the project, it's projected to generate $6.2 million in annual property tax. The net to the city would be close to $78,000. It will also contribute to increase in sales tax from visitors patronizing support businesses in the area. The city transient occupancy tax will also increase even with the subsidy. For the last 5 years, starting with fiscal year 2014-15 as a benchmark, the city's transient occupancy tax increased from $119,000 to $180,000. That's about a $61,000 increase over a 5-year period. After the first full year of operation, the TOT at the Fairfield Marriott is projected to increase to the City of Hollister's general fund $61,300 even after the 70% rebate. The forecasted subsidy after 10 years would be about $1.5 million, so it's not projected based on an assumption that the occupancy would be 64 to 66% with the average room rate of 142 to 145 per night. It's not forecasted they would reach the subsidy. So if the City Council was to grant a 5-year extension, then the forecasted increase to the city after payment of the 33% rebate would be $147,148 per year. Staff's recommending that the City Council, item was continued, the public hearing from December 4th and December 18th. Staff's recommending that the public hearing be held to consider the agreement and the information in the report about the economic development subsidy, close the public hearing, and then approve a motion to adopt Resolution 2018-12. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the council? No? Okay. So we will proceed to open the public hearing at this time. Do we have, in addition, are there any other comments from City Council before we move on to the public comment? None? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Rakesh Patel.
Good evening, council members, community members from the City of Hollister. Just wanted to say thank you for your support. It's been a tough slog to get this hotel open. I'd especially like to recognize Councilmember Soloria Luna for coming out twice to check on our progress of the hotel. It's very reassuring that you were out there. It's taken us 15 years to get this hotel done. There have been many trials and tribulations, one of which was actually just trying to get funding. Most banks just didn't believe in the City of Hollister. So with this program in place today, and with the performance of our property, hopefully we're going to change that trend to let banks know that City of Hollister is a great place to do business. So with that, just like to see if anyone has any questions. I'd be more than welcome to answer them.
Any questions from City Council? Comment? Thank you.
Oh, one last thing.
Sure.
We did have a grand opening at our hotel, and to us it was quite sad that none of the council members or city staff could make it. So we will try and arrange a second one because we do want to show our gratitude for all of your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers?
There are no more speakers, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, at this time we will close the public comment and bring it back to the council level. Any questions for Mary at this time? Yes, Councilmember Clower.
No questions, but a number of comments. In the past, this item has come up several times, and I think I've opposed it vehemently, changing the terms of the original agreement. I don't think this is a good idea with the new terms. I know everybody else essentially was against me on that when we talked about it a few months ago. I don't want to oversimplify it, but my daughter's 2.5. I'm trying to potty train her. I use an incentive program to potty train her. When she goes to the restroom and the toilet, I give her a mini M&M and a sticker. That's a deal. She knows that's the deal. I know that's the deal. If she goes in the toilet, awesome. I still give her a mini M&M and a sticker. I don't give her two mini M&Ms and 2 stickers. We had at least the terms of an agreement set out when this whole process started. I don't see why we would change it after the fact when the hotel is actually already built. There's no incentive. It's already done. The construction's done. It's open. It doesn't make any sense to me from a financial perspective for the city. I can't even tell you the number of times that we as a city have found out that we had bad deals with either different contractors or developers, and we're forced to stick to those bad deals. Well, maybe in this case we have a decent deal. I don't understand why we would give up our position in this deal. $1 million in TOT is essentially $1 million in general fund money. So that could go to police, it could go to fire, it could go to Parks and Rec, it could go to continuing tourism promotion. There's a lot of different places where this money could go. So I really appreciate you guys opening up a business. It's super exciting. I apologize I couldn't go to the grand opening. I think there was an award, maybe it was National Philanthropy Night or something. That's beside the point. But I still don't think this is a good deal for the city. I don't think it makes sense. I've been against this over and over again. We already had the structure of a deal. They were fine with it. That's why they built the hotel. So it doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Clower. Any other comments?
Ms. Luna?
Yes, Councilmember Gridley.
Mr. Patel, I just want to let you know that I was at the grand opening. I got there late because I was working, but the chamber, ribbon cutting, the business council, I've been to 3 or 4 different events supporting your hotel. I just want to let you know that you do have the support of the council. We're happy that you're here in town. Anything that you need or we can do for you, I encourage you to reach out to anybody on the council, including myself, and I'll give you my number after this if you need something.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councilmember Brent.
I'm kind of confused as to what Clower was saying and what I see here.
Councilmember, can you use your mic?
Okay.
Thank you.
This is not for existing motels. This is to attract new hotels.
Correct. I think when we reviewed the TOT incentive program, it was the city council looked at it in August, and then it was adopted in September, and staff recommended having a cap of $1 million. And then based on input from the city council, it was up to $2 million. And we had a resolution, I believe in 2014, that was adopted directing staff to work with Hollister Hotel LP to develop a TOT incentive program with a framework of $1 million cap with a 10-year subsidy. Staff did recommend adding the potential for a 5-year extension if the cap wasn't received, based on reviewing other programs throughout the state.
Okay.
I guess my question is, we have a lot of businesses coming into town. We're not offering them incentives. What is so special about, if the motels want to be here, they'll build. If the traffic is here, they'll build. If the people are here to stay in it, they'll build. I just, even in the first part, I couldn't believe that we were going to pay somebody back to build here when we don't do that with, like Carson says, we don't have any economic development that says, if you build your factory here, we'll give you a break. If you open your restaurant here, we'll give you a break. So it just seems like we're writing a policy for one group and nobody else. It just doesn't seem like we should be doing that for one group.
When I reviewed other programs throughout the state, say the city of Anaheim, Santa Cruz, I'm trying to remember the others, there's quite a few, but I think the idea is, and Julie can attest to this, if they're having trouble from the chamber getting financing, this is one of the things that gives them the leverage. Some of the reasons we want a hotel is we want to be able to have, when film companies come here, we want them staying here, using our lodging. We hear at tourism meetings that there's not enough lodging when people have family reunions, when there's weddings. We're also not as expensive as the Monterey Peninsula. When I hand-delivered the draft incentive program to the hotels that are in the community, I happened to be following somebody that was looking for lodging, and everything was booked because of there's what's the auto, the grand, the concourse was that weekend on the Monterey Peninsula.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
We see it as an economic development tool, I guess, because it supports other businesses.
Yes, Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, just for clarity, I don't have a problem with the actual program and the original terms. I just think that that's what everybody was operating under, and that's what we should stick to. So the incentive program, I think, is fine. That can be debated forever, but I'm fine with that. I just would like the $1 million amount with the same terms over the same time period.
The way the program is structured, we're supposed to be reviewing it annually, so we can. I think we're going to look at some of the incentives for the existing hotels also. So
Councilmember Gillier.
Mr. City Manager, a question, or perhaps Mary as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, we do offer incentives to businesses to come in here. I think just recently we worked with Technova about a Highway 25 levy or fee or tax because they were actually keeping people within the city. So we're figuring why would they have to pay that tax? So I think as a case-by-case basis we do. And then one difference here is this is an extra tax. Obviously the TOT is an extra tax that other businesses don't pay. So to encourage other hotels to relocate here, I think this program is very important. And I think, Councilmember Friend, we ought to do everything we can to encourage other businesses to come in here. And if that means waiving a one-time impact fee, something that's not going to affect us for the life of the business, and we're going to get more economic development, local jobs, people having to stay off of our roads. I mean, there's a whole ricochet effect here that I think we need to really focus on for economic development. And sorry to ramble on, Mr. City Manager, if you can comment on individual incentives and negotiations with businesses. Is that something that we do commonly?
Yes, we do, and this is really this would be the first program that I would call sort of off the shelf, meaning that this is what the city of Hollister would be offering to again new hotel operators and existing hotel operators, depending on if they want to do some rehabbing, and it's based on, as if you'll recall, based on sort of with what are we calling them, stars. So, yeah. So I think that's one thing, and I think if you'll recall, one of the compromises that we had early on about the $1 million versus $1.5 million versus 2 versus 5 is that if financing is an issue, which quite frankly it is in many hotel cases. I mean, it is difficult for them to find funding. I think that if you have something that's off the shelf, this council has never shied away from looking at something specifically. And if there's a Hilton coming to town and the Hilton needs $3 million, I'm sure we wouldn't tell Hilton, no, we're not going to get that. We would come to the council to figure out if that was something that the council wanted to do. So that, I think if you recall, that was kind of my compromise in the past, is that if you offer an incentive that's off the shelf, hotel operators would know that this is something that we can get in the city of Hollister. But always realizing that staff will always bring something to you for your consideration if it's over and above that. And if it's $2 million, it's $2 million. It could be a much higher number, spread out over a longer period of time. These aren't necessarily meant to be across-the-board deals. Quite frankly, when you're dealing with a lot of developers, what may be good for one developer isn't necessarily good for somebody else. It just doesn't work. So you always have to figure out what sort of incentive does the city want to provide a developer that makes sense for that particular developer, not just something that is, like I say, off the shelf. But this is something that I think is an excellent start. I love this program.
We talked about this back in August, my last question for you, but could you reiterate why we, this was before my time on the council, you originally had a deal with Hollister Hotels LP, or not a deal, I guess it was a negotiation about the TOT reimbursement, and then now we're going on to this new program. Can you talk about why we're doing that and why we're okay with that as a city?
Do you want to answer? No, well, go ahead. Well, so I think what one of the things is that the original deal under the original was actually never actually executed. Is that correct? So the original one wasn't actually recorded so that it was an actual done deal. When Mary and staff realized that this was where we were, that's when we came to you with this sort of program to not only memorialize what we were doing for them, but expanding that original sort of idea to help the existing hotels. I mean, because there's an incentive program for them. One of the things that I always want to be careful of is this: it's communities spend a lot of money trying to attract businesses when there are a lot of good businesses right here in town. Technova is a prime example of that. It's like you at running your business, it's easier to keep a customer than to gain a customer. And one of the things that I think what Mary and Brian did that is interesting and good is that they've allowed our existing hotel operators to sort of be in that same game as the bigger name flagged hotels, and that's one of the things I think we did. So that's why you actually ended up seeing it again, or the council ended up seeing it again. Did that answer your question, or did I just go totally off base?
Answer the question? Okay. And any other comments from the City Council? If not, what is the pleasure of the City Council?
Don't you have to go through open?
We do public comment here.
We already opened and closed public comment.
Did you close it? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it.
We did.
Yeah, and just for clarification, instead of public comment, maybe we should say public hearing.
Public hearing. Okay. All right.
So we did do that.
So
We
what
opened it and
is the
closed it.
pleasure now of the City Council?
I'll make a motion that we approve. The number is
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
E3.
2018-12A.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nay?
Nay.
Motion passes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Move on to E4.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Renee Prowlis of the Development Services Department. The purpose of this public hearing and for the resolution before you this evening is because we are asking the City Council to authorize additional funds for the Community Development Block Grant. Please understand that we are not asking the Council to provide any additional funding from the City to this grant. After the City was awarded the 2013 CDBG grant, the Department of Housing and Community Development implemented a change in procedures that required cities to use their program income on hand prior to drawing down grant funds. In September 2014, staff came to the City Council asking for approval to reuse that program income that we had on hand on a supplemental project, which was a sidewalk project. The amount that the Council approved for that project was $375,000. We've now completed all the CDBG projects in this grant, and we are going through the closeout process. During this process, we learned that the program income had increased between 2014 and 2017 due to some loan repayments, and because of that, we now must use those funds on a project in this grant. Staff recommends that we use the additional program income towards the supplemental project up to the amount of $675,000. And if you remember that we asked City Council to provide additional funding on that sidewalk project for the removal and replacement of street trees. Council approved a contract with Quality Tree Care. If this resolution is approved, we will now be able to include those costs, or at least a large portion of those costs, as part of the grant. Staff recommends that we open the public hearing, receive comments from the public, and close the public hearing, and to approve Resolution 2018-13.
Okay, is there any questions or comments from council?
I have a question.
Vice Mayor Luna?
I have a question, and it was only because in the resolution write-up, it said additional funds. Is there other funds that are being requested?
No, it's the additional funds. We're asking that you allow us to use the additional program income for that supplemental project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, that was my question too.
Okay, this time we're going to open it for public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Just one, Mr. Mayor. Marty Richmond.
Mr. Richmond.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Again, I do support the project. I don't know if this is an appropriate expense, what I'm about to discuss. It may not be because, but we need an informational project for the people, the residents of Hollister over the trees, not to replace them and not to pull them out and concrete over the area where they used to be. Because, you know, we've had this discussion before that some residents don't like the particular tree that goes out there, or they have a problem with it. So they go and put in another tree, but the problem is the tree they put in is not appropriate for a sidewalk tree. And so what happens is the sidewalk winds up being disrupted from the roots, and that leads to people falling and tripping on the sidewalk and claiming against the city or the city, and the city basically was the victim here because they didn't put in the wrong tree. So if it's appropriate, and again, that might not be an allowed expenditure, but if it is, I hope we could use some of that money. We're going to put all this, we're going to fix the sidewalk, we're going to put the trees in. I think we need to use some of that money for a education program for our residents to say, you're not allowed to pull that tree out. If you think that tree is dead, notify the city, and we'll bring the arborist around and see if, you know, it got to go. And you can't pull it out. You can't concrete over it. It's there for a reason. Stormwater runoff and so forth is controlled. And especially, you can't put in a tree with aggressive roots because it winds up costing us a fortune. So if that's an appropriate expense, I hope we could use some money for that, so that this big investment we're going to make in the trees and sidewalk repair, which is badly needed, is going to last. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers.
Those speakers? Did someone about close public hearing? Okay. Is there any other questions, comments? Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to item E5.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is a proposed ordinance that would create and prohibit aggressive panhandling in the city of Hollister. Currently, the city doesn't have a panhandling ordinance. And so what's key about this ordinance is that it prohibits prohibits aggressive solicitation as opposed to merely solicitation, and the definitions are all set forth in the ordinance. Additionally, it prohibits solicitation in particular areas that are sensitive to the public, such as ATM machines, banks, and other financial institutions. So a person that would be asking for money or for alms would be prohibited from doing so within those certain types of vicinities. These types of ordinances are very common nowadays in most of the cities in California. Currently, Hollister, as I said, doesn't have one. So the only manner of effectively enforcing aggressive solicitation, which is actually a crime, but would be enforceable only by the county DA as opposed to the city. So this ordinance would effectively allow the city an additional manner of enforcing this type of behavior administratively. So this is what would be added to that particular section of our Hollister Municipal Code that deals with morals and peace.
Okay. Is there any questions from council? This time we'll open it for a public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
This time we'll close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion that we approve
There's a motion.
first reading of ordinance 1145.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Move to E7.
I believe it's E6, Mr. Mayor.
I got ahead here. E6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a PowerPoint presentation for this item on E6 that Christine is kind enough to put on the screen for us. The City of Hollister has prepared a draft ordinance that would require project applicants to construct an on-site sign for proposed projects. Placement of the sign would be a requirement of the application process. Essentially, when an application is submitted to the City of Hollister, due to the Permit Streamlining Act, the City of Hollister has 30 days to respond with either a notice of completeness or incompleteness. That's it, Christine. Thank you so much. And so, therefore, as part of this zoning ordinance amendment, we would require that the applicant within those 30 days provide a sign, construct and erect a sign, and I have a description here on the site, essentially notifying the public of a proposed project. Even though there's 30 days before the city can actually respond with a letter of completeness, application completeness or incompleteness, normally we respond within 15 days. When an application is submitted to us within 7 days, staff prepares a draft staff report. Then we provide that staff report and application content such as plans and application and all other materials to our Development Review Committee, which is made up of different officials from the City of Hollister, including fire, police, the building department, engineering department, public works, and even county environmental health when it involves the construction of restaurants, things of that nature. So then the requirement would be that the applicant erect a sign on the site. It has to be on every public frontage, no further than 10 feet away, and the minimum size would be 2 feet by 3 feet, so it would be 6 square feet. If the project site is bigger than 5 acres, then it would be 4 feet by 4 feet, so it would be 16 square feet. And essentially, the description of the on-site sign would have notice of proposed project as the header. It would have the project number, as indicated on the screen, the address and the assessor parcel number, and then a very brief description of the project, just indicating what the project entails. Words like adjectives like luxurious or elegant are prohibited. We cannot use those type of words to describe the type of project. We, as staff, will have. It's going to be an administrative permit review, so we would review it to make sure that it conforms to. If you adopt it tonight or the reading, that it conforms to the ordinance. There will also be a section, as you can tell in the middle, for further information, please contact, and I'll have the applicant's contact information. And then right to the side of that, we'll have the city's contact information for further information from for the public. Right underneath that, there will be 2 sections, 8.5 by 11, that would be required to have plastic sleeves for us to provide a public notice for when the hearing is going to take place. And so that normally would get placed about at minimum 10 days before the public hearing. So we would make sure that they're at least set. So when we do the public notice, we go out there and insert the public hearing dates and notice. And at the very bottom, there's a section in Spanish for the Spanish-speaking public. If they are in need of further information, they can contact, and we'll have a contact information as well. So that is a draft amendment that we're proposing to you today for on-site notification of future proposed projects in the city of Hollister. And this would amend 3 sections of the Hollister Municipal Code. One would be the application filing process, because it would be part of the application process. 2, it would be the sign ordinance, because these signs are going to be exempt from the sign ordinance. And 3, it would be also the public hearing zoning code as well, because as of now, we notify of a public hearing through a newspaper, through a 300-foot notice of the project site, and this would be a new notification part for future projects as well. As part of this ordinance, we also have a zoning amendment for the downtown commercial mixed-use zoning district. As you know, the downtown commercial zoning district, you can see in one side of the screen, it basically entails from Santa Ana Road to the north, Hawkins Street to the south, Monterey Street approximately to the west, and Sally Street approximately to the east. And the land use of minor vehicle repair is currently not permitted use in the downtown commercial mixed-use zoning district. The minor vehicle repair use, essentially what it is all those maintenance types of uses for vehicles that can be done within a day. For example, your oil changes, your wheel changes, your wheel alignments, smog checks, basically any type of maintenance that can be done in one day. And our definitions is in our municipal code is up on the screen as well. At this point, as mentioned, it's a not permitted use in the downtown commercial mixed-use zoning district. The city of Hollister has been approached by a potential business owner. They're actually in contract with an engineering firm here in the city of Hollister for a potential oil can Henry's in the downtown commercial mixed-use zoning district. It's actually more towards the northern area of the district, closer to the North Gateway. It's actually on 1st Street and San Benito on the southwest corner. It's currently vacant. If you recall, about since 2003 or so, prior to that, there was a minor vehicle repair already established at that corner. And then right to the south of that, there was the KFC that unfortunately is no longer there. Now it's in a new location. So it's vacant. It's been vacant essentially since that time. At this time, we have a potential business owner who would be interested in developing a oil can Henry's on that site. However, it is in the downtown commercial mixed-use zoning district, which would prohibit that type of use. So, in working with the potential applicant, one of the things that we did is we brought to the Planning Commission a potential zoning amendment, essentially to allow minor vehicle repair only, as opposed to major vehicle repair. Major vehicle repair, you're already getting into the transmission, body work. That's still going to be not permitted. This proposal would allow for minor vehicle repair with an administrative permit review. We would still have to look at parking. We would still have to look at the actual facility to make sure that it can handle the minor vehicle use on the site. And essentially allow it in downtown commercial mixed use, but exclude it from the downtown historic district. As you can see, right next to the DMU zoning district, we have the downtown historic district, which basically covers from 4th Street, a little bit to the north of 4th Street, partial 4th Street, all the way down to just south of South Street. And so all that area is within the historic district, and that would still not be permitted. Minor vehicle repair would still not be permitted. And the findings for that is essentially to keep our historic district intact. It's been recognized nationally as a district with contributing buildings. Historic, it contains the historic fabric of the city of Hollister. And so the findings are to keep the minor vehicle repair out of the downtown historic district, but allow it within the downtown commercial mixed use outside of the historic district, which would allow it in that area of 1st and San Benito Street. Essentially, that area of 1st and San Benito Street, it's almost like a transition area from downtown commercial to North Gateway. The North Gateway is essentially just commercial, and minor vehicle repair would be allowed in the North Gateway. So that is the reason why we are bringing before you this zoning amendment for that site of the downtown zoning district. In addition, there has been interest in drive-through facilities, which are also not permitted in a downtown commercial mixed use, but we would also recommend it as allowed in a downtown commercial mixed use with an administrative permit review, just outside of the historic district, which basically covers the core downtown area. So with that being said, the staff recommends the City Council of the City of Hollister hold a public hearing, read by title only, waive full reading, and introduce Ordinance 1146, an ordinance of the City of Hollister to amend Title 17 zoning of the Hollister Municipal Code, and schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinance for the February 5th, 2018 City Council meeting. Are there any questions for staff?
Councilmember Friend.
I have a question on each one of the items. First, the sign one. By posting that notice, you're still going to have to go around and notify the neighbors in the project, right? You're still going to have the 600 feet rule. So this doesn't get us around doing that.
That does not get around doing that. We'll still do, it's a 300-foot notice from the project site to all property owners. That's correct, Councilmember Friend.
All right. So I think I've discussed a project that's going on that I can see out my bedroom window. I know I never got a notification about it, but the second question is on the second part, the zoning. Across the street from that site, there are at least 3 right now minor repair shops. Right behind the furniture store, there's a Volkswagen Repair that does everything from bumper to bumper, and sometimes those vehicles are in there for weeks. Right behind that, there's a transmission shop that the vehicles are in there for weeks. And on the alleyway, there's another. It's already been permitted. Why are we doing this?
So sites that have been established prior to our zoning ordinance back in 2008 would be, if they were already there, they would be considered, as you know, non-conforming sites, which would remain. If they're outside, if this is approved and they're outside of the downtown historic district, then essentially once those sites go away, and another minor vehicle repair does not come in within 180 days, within 6 months, then any new use on that site would have to conform to today's zoning district, which would not allow for that use to be allowed anymore.
Well, that brings up another question.
Sure.
Both those sites are outside the historicals. They're in the DMU zoning district.
Mm-hmm.
But across the street from those two, there's an open lot that's used as a parking lot. Are we now going to allow those to use those for a used car lot? I mean,
that's a good question.
What's been there before, and I don't want to see that.
Correct, and that's not permitted in the downtown commercial mixed-use, Councilmember Friend. That's only permitted in the North Gateway. So if they were established after 2009 and they were not permitted, then that's a code enforcement violation, and there can be findings to the city can work with them to try to relocate them to an area where they can be permitted.
So because they were businesses, I think the one opened up 2003.
2003.
Then they're exempt from this, right?
They would be exempt if they were established lawfully with their proper business license, and then they would be. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, Vice Mayor Luna.
Abraham, in looking at that notice of proposed project, I noticed everything is in English except for the bottom, para información.
Mm-hmm.
So why can't that actually form be in English on one side, Spanish on the other side, and you could do away with that message on the bottom? Because actually what you are doing, you're encouraging people to call in or visit the office for more information in Spanish, where if they see this posted, you can see it in English and Spanish.
That's a good point, Madam Vice Mayor. Yes, at this point, we're basically encouraging them to contact us in Spanish for information and in English, but the only section, as you mentioned, is in Spanish. If it is a desire of the council, we would probably have to make the sign a little bit bigger to have both, all the information in both English and in Spanish. Again, we do have other means of contacting them as well, as indicated with the 300-foot notice. But if it is a desire we can certainly do that. Right now, the ordinance is drafted as English with the Spanish insert at the bottom. And normally that's the way we've been doing our public notice, unless we know that the project is going to be in an area where it's predominantly Spanish speaking, then it goes out in both English and Spanish. But at this point, it's English with the Spanish insert. But if it's a desire of the city council, we can make that amendment.
I really think it should be in both languages.
Sure.
And besides that, I mean, everybody talks about traffic. You get more people on the road just to go visit your office. So I'm thinking, you know, why not make it easier and let them read what is there in English and Spanish? Okay?
That's great.
Councilmember Clower.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Abraham, and the whole department for putting these together. I know it took a little bit. I don't have a problem with having it in both languages. I think that would be. It's always better to do more than not enough. So that's a pretty good idea. I also would like us to maybe reach out to the local vendors who do signs. That way, they have the specifications, so that getting this process started for the people who are going to need to put up the signs is a lot easier than if they're trying to find somebody who can do it. It's the first time they've ever heard about this, and maybe they haven't even heard about this, and try not to create any extra headaches. I'm also supportive of the zoning adjustments or the usage. I think that area in particular along right near First Street, it's pretty blighted at this point. There's not a lot going on there. It's not the best looking part of town. I think that any new businesses, whether they be an Oil Can Henry's or I don't know what drive-through, I don't know who would be coming, a Starbucks or whatever, I can't see how that's going to hurt. So I'm in support of everything here, and if it's the will of the council to make the adjustment to go bilingual with the sign, I'm fine with that as well.
It's always, most of the communities I see, these signs are usually like 4x8 signs, much bigger. So if you did that, you'll have enough room to put both on there. And I like the idea too, getting information to local sign companies, so they know how this works up front. Okay, any other questions? Okay, this time we're going to open a public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
We are going to close public hearing. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we adopt ordinance 1146 and waive their second reading.
With the changes mentioned?
With the changes, yes. I agree that they should be bilingual.
Okay, there's a motion.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham.
I'm sorry, specifically the changes were, I couldn't hear you.
Spanish? Enlarged is...
enlarged and in Spanish?
And have it English and Spanish.
Thank you.
Move to item E7.
Mr. Mayor, I need to recuse myself as I have a client who will likely be submitting an application to the growth management program if it's put in place.
Thank you.
Can we take 5 minutes?
I have a request. We take a 5-minute break.
gotta wait, the city clerk's out passing out candy. I'm gonna have to start wearing a suit coat just so I can stay warm.
Well, at least they turned it off. I'll borrow my jacket. I can't believe I got to drive to Sacramento still. Let's get this party going. Yeah, the process is always the same. I'm just going after the meeting tonight. Yeah. Way my back.
All right. At this time, we're going to resume the meeting and discuss item E7.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. At a special City Council meeting of December 11th, last year as well, the City Council reviewed a draft ordinance for a growth management program in the City of Hollister. And after discussing the draft ordinance in a special City Council meeting and taking public comment, the City Council provided directions to staff essentially to schedule a public hearing to consider the first reading of the ordinance at the next City Council meeting of today, January 16, 2018. So per the City Council's direction at the special meeting of December 11th, the attached growth management ordinance in your packet, Ordinance 1147, includes an annual growth limit of 244 residential units with exemptions as stated in Section 1664 of the growth management program, which include affordable housing, senior housing, accessory secondary residential units, special needs housing, and rental housing, amongst others. Also, the attached draft ordinance includes a project rating scale, which includes the point rating questions as directed by the council at the special meeting of December 11th. The attached growth management program ordinance also includes an ending clause as directed by the City Council. Pursuant to Section 1664.040 of the attached draft ordinance, the residential growth limits established pursuant to this chapter shall expire upon the adoption of a general plan update by the City of Hollister that supersedes the existing 2005 to 2023 general plan. The city is working on a transmittal for the next City Council meeting for the establishment of a steering committee for the general plan update, and that's something that the city staff is going to work aggressively on beginning in February of this year. One thing that we would like to bring up is that staff has previously stated to the City Council in these various meetings that we've had regarding growth management about the importance of having a certified housing element by State Housing and Community Development. As you know, one of the main questions whenever the City of Hollister is applying for any CDBG grant is does your city have a certified housing element? And right now we can gratefully say that we do. We work very diligently to have a certified housing element. Previously from 2009 to 2014, and again from 2014 to 2023. Another primary question that these applications include is, does your city have a growth management ordinance? And if the question right now, we've been checking off, no, we don't have one since 2012. We haven't had one, and so that doesn't really affect our CDBG grant applications. In the discussions that we've had previously with your council, We've also been meeting with HCD, state HCD, basically to let them know that the City Council has been looking into the possibility of adopting a growth management ordinance. Jamila Sakah, our housing coordinator, and Mary Paxton from the successor agency have been gratefully helping out with these conferences with HCD. In meeting with HCD is seems optimistic about still approving a growth management ordinance here with the City of Hollister, particularly because of the exclusions of affordable housing, that affordable housing units do not have to go through this growth management program. So they're grateful for that because we can still try to attempt to meet these regional housing needs assessments that were provided by them. And then accessory second units as well. We had a meeting with them at 1 o'clock today, and they particularly asked, I see accessory second units are in the exemptions. I just want to make sure that they're going to be exempted. We said, yes, they're going to be exempted. And so essentially what they've indicated is that what we're requesting from them is something in writing to indicate that if the City of Hollister does move forward and adopt a growth management ordinance, that the city would not be penalized for submitting applications for CDBG. That we can still be that with the growth management ordinance, the City of Hollister still substantially conforms with the certified housing element. And so they're optimistic that can be given to us, but what we officially need to do is submit a housing element amendment to them. And so what we're proposing is to write up that housing element amendment. It essentially is going to be a general plan amendment because the housing element, as you know, is part of the general plan. Submit it to them for their review and approval. We asked how long it would be for them to review. Mary and Jamila were kind enough to provide a memo to them already with a summary of the growth management ordinance. So they have that in their possession already, and they indicated that it shouldn't take too long. So our recommendation for tonight is to read by title only, waive full reading, and introduce Ordinance 1147, an ordinance of the City of Hollister to amend Chapter 1664, Growth Management Program of the Hollister Municipal Code, and schedule a second reading for the adoption of the ordinance. In your transmittal, it says for February 5th, but instead of February 5th, it would be for March 5th. At that time, it would give us enough time for us to write up a general plan amendment for the housing element. So that way, we can provide that general plan amendment concurrently with the growth management ordinance for adoption on March 5th. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions from council? Councilman Giglio?
Yes. Thank you, Abraham, and thank you for the hard work on this. And Brian, you guys all, and Mr. Rivera, everybody who's worked on this did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the things that was brought to my attention that I met with staff about today was so if you have a small detached single family home that is takes up the same square footage as a duplex, has the same lot size as a duplex, that is not covered under the exemptions. And we actually specifically met and talked. I didn't know you had your meeting today at 1 o'clock with housing and community development. That's great. And I mentioned to you that I think it's super important that we get that approval from them so that we're not in jeopardy of losing any funds prior to moving forward with this. So I'm glad you guys are on top of that. I wanted to see what I had met with staff, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, Abraham, you mentioned that you don't really see any huge problems with adding these types of homes in there because it gives another option for affordable housing, potentially rentals, potentially a purchase. Kind of the way that some of the things that I noted after meeting was, these would be like the zero lot line homes. I think the ones that are behind Kmart, right? Sierra Vista School, behind Lucky's. There's kind of all over the city. These would be in the same vein as a duplex or a triplex when we're looking at them through the lens of the residential development growth management plan. And what I see is that, we'll have more options. You'll have a triplex, a duplex, a small single-family detached home. And I think a lot of families would like to have that option to be able to live in a detached single-family home. And if it's not going to take up any more space, as far as the footprint, the lot lines, all those different things, I think we should consider taking a look at that. And I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
You're welcome, Councilman Dale.
Okay. This time we're going to open it to public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Hugh Bickle?
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, as Jim has explained, the ordinance as it's presently written, 1664-030, exempts condominiums, townhouses, and single buildings which contain 2 or more residential units, in other words, duplexes. And just for purposes of framing this, condominiums are usually, less than 1,800 square feet, and they're normally built at a density of about 20 units per acre, or about 2,000 square feet of land area per condominium. And then townhouses are typically on slightly larger lots, but generally less than 3,000 square feet, and generally 25 feet by 100 feet deep, which would be 2,500 feet. But if you count the alley behind, then it would be up closer to 3,000 feet. What we would like to do is to ask you to amend that ordinance to also exclude the detached single-family homes that are the same size as, on lots the same size or smaller than a duplex or a townhouse. And it seems like that would give our community more choices. If you want to live in a townhouse, great. If you want to live in a duplex, fine. But if you want to live in a detached single-family home, if we can get the size down and get the price down, you should have that as one of your choices.
Thank you.
Oops. That's your
There are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Speakers? All right. This time we're going to close public hearing. Questions or comments from council? Councilmember
Abraham,
Friend?
Yes.
With the addition of those exemptions, what's your thought on that? Why didn't we include those before, or is this something new?
That's a good question, Councilman Friend, and Councilman Gilio brought up the same question when we met with them earlier today as well. The reason why it wasn't brought up is, Councilman Gilio brings up a good point regarding it is a different size. It's different market product, different. Size-wise, our standard single-family home for the city of Hollister is a minimum lot size of 5,500 square feet. With our performance overlay zone, we're able to go up to 2,500 square feet size lots. So essentially smaller lots for the city, mainly for 2 main reasons. One is to provide for the density. So we can have, say, an 8-acre lot that can have, 4 acres of standard single-family homes, and the other 4 acres would be of smaller size lots, 3,000 square foot lots, in order for that whole project to meet the densities for that site. So that's one reason, in order to provide a mixture of housing to meet the densities. Another is that it does create for a new market. It's if you may, affordable by design, although, as you all know, it's no secret, everything's just so pricey. One of the first subdivisions after Holland Circle being that subdivision behind Lucky's with the smaller lots, one of the newer subdivisions that were approved was the Saddlebrook project that's along San Benito and close to Union, 43 units. Small lots, 3,000 square foot lots or so. And that was only about 2 years ago. And I remember when the gentleman came up and indicated that they are going to be smaller lots, they are going to be affordable, more affordable by design. And that was only 3 years ago. And he indicated, I'm not going to lie, we're still going to market them to about high 300s. high 300,000s, and now they're at least $100,000 more than what they first started. So they are more affordable by design than the standard minimum 5,500 square foot lots. In that case, so the reason why they weren't placed as an exemption originally with this draft ordinance was because they are standard single family homes, and so we decided that as staff we weren't going to put them as part of the exemption because they're single family homes. However, and that was one reason. Another reason is since Saddlebrook, there's been 7 different developments that have been approved with smaller lots, including the one behind Kmart, the one next to Calaveras School, the one by Cerro Vista. So there's been 7 different projects with a total of 312 lots. So we're starting to see more of those come in. And so we just decided originally that because they were single-family homes, even though in smaller lots, we weren't going to put them. However, if it is the desire of the council, it does provide a new market. It does provide them more affordable by design, and we can certainly make that adjustment to include them as part of the exemption.
Well, I just know that it was done a few years back, about 10 years ago, and that project was very successful.
The Holland Circle one, Councilman Friend?
Yes, and the reason it was successful is it offered that option for people to buy that house and have the secondary house there. Makes it real affordable both for the people living in the small house and the people that buy the whole thing, because that rent becomes income.
Yes.
So it's a very popular thing, and I think I personally would like to see that exemption on there. Just because it just adds more to the element of getting the affordable houses done.
Very well. And the accessory second units are part of the exemption. Your council just approved SB 1069, which basically allows for accessory second units as long as the lot is at least 7,000 square feet. However, what's not on the list is the smaller lots, like the 3,000 square foot lots that have a single family home on these lots. But if it's a desire of the council, that's minor enough to where we should be able to include it and not be a major change for it to go to the second reading.
I think part of the Holland Circle success, though, has been because it's treated like an apartment complex or a HOA, so it's maintained very well, so it's kept itself up. So that would have to be part of something to keep those standards up. Otherwise, it's going to become a situation where let me buy the cheapest house and I'm not going to maintain my house. We're just going to rent it to whoever wants to rent it.
And if that's a desire,
that's the difference again with
that's a
Holland
good point.
Circle.
That's a good point. And if that's a desire of the council to add that stipulation, smaller lots with an HOA, then we can certainly do that.
Personally, I said before, I appreciate everything you've done. I really like the last parts when we were asking for the help in our community from the developers, up to 10,000, 2 items.
Yes.
I'm not clear on what we're doing here because our last conversation was we're going to exempt a few of the developers. So does this exempt them or does not exempt them? What's going on with that conversation?
Regarding the developers that are on the that have been in the process?
Right.
So one of the exemptions would be residential projects, second to the last bullet point, residential projects in process, which residential applications have been deemed complete by the City of Hollister by January 1st, 2018. So essentially these are projects that have gone through the whole development process, essentially and through the environmental review, through the whole development review committee.
How many of those units have gone through that process?
The ones that we're currently working on right now, we have Roberts Ranch, we have Lynn Lake. Roberts Ranch is about 217 units, 35 of those being multifamily, the rest single family. Lynn Lake, which is, I believe it's seven apartment units, right next to the Clock Tower Plaza on 4th and San Benito, or Clock Tower Building, I'm sorry, the right next to that. And then a third project north of Buena Vista, north of Marabella, Kuiper Homes. They're currently south of Buena Vista. There's 53 single-family homes that are they're probably about 75% complete and sold. And so they drew a lot of success. And so now they basically want to mirror that same development across the street, but now with the requirement of, at minimum, they're proposing 15% of those units to be duets for possible rental units, and various other incentives like open space requirement that would, and at this time, it's in the review phase, but they have been deemed complete already. So those projects would, if approved by the City Council as presented back in December 11th, and with this draft ordinance, those three projects would not have to go through the allocation process for the growth management.
I recall there was another project in there. No. So it's potential of
trying to think.
200 to 300 units, $6 million or so of fees we won't, not fees, but development agreements with the developers that we would potentially be losing out on. My concern, I think what we did here was right. We had a good plan. I just don't see the need to go from 164 to nearly doubling to the number we're talking about now. I think the growth that we've seen locally, the numbers are in that ballpark, 150, 140, and we've been handling it. I think it's a mistake to take it to the higher number, and that's why I'm going to be opposing this, unfortunately, tonight. But I think, again, you did a good job bringing all this information together, and we definitely were going the right path here.
Appreciate
I just
it,
can't
Mr.
support what we're doing here. Vice Mayor Luna?
Yes, thank you, Abraham, for the report. I think it's time that we move forward. The city of Hollister does this, and I really believe that what you presented to us tonight. My concern was, are we jeopardizing anything here for any future funding? And I think tonight you have assured us that we are not. So I'm hoping that we can move forward on something like this. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Yes, you're absolutely right. That's been your concern. You've been bringing that up since our very first discussions, and we appreciate that. And in order for us to be assured, we want to, if it's a desire of the council, do the introduction of the ordinance. But instead of scheduling the second reading for the adoption of the ordinance on February 5th, wait till March 5th. That way, we get assurance from HCD essentially saying that even though the city is going to be providing a growth management ordinance, the housing element still substantially complies, and that would be the assuring. We want something in writing, so that way in future when Renee, for example, is applying for CDBG grants, and she checks the box, yes, we do have a growth management ordinance. However, based on the assurance from HCD, it's not jeopardizing our housing element certification. And so hopefully at that point, we won't be jeopardizing any grants, as very important to you and the council.
Councilor Gilliam.
Again, thank you. I was looking at the council to see if we have a consensus to add detached single-family homes as described that are the same or similar footprint to condominiums, triplexes, duplexes, et cetera, and also with the mayor's comment of being controlled by a homeowners association, so that there's some responsibility and maintenance there, so we can have more additional affordable housing. I just coincidentally was talking to Mr. Chadwell from Benito Link, and he told me a story about a homeless person that is working, homeless, living on a mountainside, and still can't afford or find a place to live. And we know we have basically a very close to a 0% vacancy rate for rental units in our maybe even a negative if you count waiting lists. So I think it's super important for us to get as much affordable housing out there as we can, and encourage people to build any type of affordable housing or rental units.
That's a great point.
Adding on to the affordable housing portion of this, when we did talk about some of the forgot what category it was in,
There's a lot of things.
the additional fees. When we looked at the affordable housing or the apartments or those that are affordable,
Yes,
that portion was not in there, correct? It's exempt from those.
you got it,
So we
Mr.
can-
Mayor.
okay.
You got it, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. It's not it. Yes, that would be exempt from the growth management ordinance. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance 1147 with the changes as Councilman Giglio has suggested.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. 3-1 vote.
Give Mr. Carson.
Motion carries a 3-1 vote. Okay, we're going to move to item E8. As soon as Carson comes back in. Yeah, it's comfortable now. Thank you all. We'll move to item E8.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Item E8 is a request for a general plan amendment and a rezone of approximately 4.82 acres from the West Gateway general plan designation, which requires 20 to 35 dwelling units per acre, to medium density residential, which requires 8 to 12 dwelling units per acre. The general plan amendment site and rezone site is actually just north of Jan Avenue, as indicated on the screen, west of West Side Boulevard. There is no development that's being considered for action tonight. However, the applicant is processing a tentative map to construct 37 townhomes and 40 single-family units on an 8.07 acre site, which consists of two different lots. That 4.82 acre lot that's being considered for general plan amendment, and 3.25 acre lot just to the north along 4th Street. On October 17th, 2016, the City Council approved the initiation of a general plan amendment. The initiation of a general plan amendment requires 4/5 vote, and that was approved back in October 17, 2016. So with that approval, what the applicant essentially did is applied for the actual general plan amendment, and at that point, we started the environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. And in that review, essentially, the City of Hollister was the lead agency and reviewed all of these different sections for that project, for that proposed project of the 37 townhomes and 40 single-family homes. And all of these sections that are in red font are sections of the mitigated negative declaration that found to have significant impacts on the project, but all of the significant impacts were found to be mitigated to a less than significant impact with mitigation measures. And so therefore, the City of Hollister Planning Commission at its meeting of December 21st last month actually adopted the mitigated negative declaration for this project. So essentially tonight, the vote that we're asking from the council is just to do the general plan amendment on that area near Jan Avenue, the 4.82 acre site from West Gateway to medium density residential. One of the reasons why the amendment is being proposed is because, according to the applicant, they can do the higher density up on the 3.25 acre site for the townhomes, for the 37 townhomes within the 3.25 acres, less the roads and the open space requirement. However, in order for the overall project to pencil out, they would also have to provide a single-family residential component to the site, and so that's why they're proposing the amendment. Right to the south and to the west of the 4.82 acre site, they're mainly single-family homes. However, to the east it's a higher density. We start seeing more of the HDR, high density residential, and then south of the high density residential, it's medium density residential, and east of the high density residential is medium density residential. So essentially, it's a less of a density than the West Gateway, but it's still conforming with the surrounding area. One of the things that we would require as part of the tentative map is that all of the units that are going to be adjacent to the single-family homes on the low-density residential site should also be, if they are adjacent to single-story units, they should also be single-story as well. That's all part of the municipal code as is. We're starting to put those as conditions of approval, just to reiterate it. So for tonight, the request is for the council to read by title only, waive full reading, and introduce Ordinance 1148, an ordinance of the City Council authorizing a general plan amendment and rezone from West Gateway to medium density residential performance overlay zone for the property identified within the screen, that 4.82 acre lot, and schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinance for the February 5th, 2018 City Council meeting. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions, Council? Councilmember Aguilera?
Abraham,
Yes.
Can you talk about the offsite improvements that are going to be done on Jan Avenue and how far they're going to extend? Are they extending to Chaparral? Are they going all the way to West Side Boulevard so we have some continuity of sidewalk and half a roadway potentially?
Absolutely, Councilman Gilly. I can address that. As part of the tentative map approval, this is a street view. I mean, an aerial view. As you can see, West Side Boulevard is to the west. Jan Avenue, at its current as it is currently, there is a terminus on Jan Avenue to the frontage of the site. Right now, it's not developed. So, as part of the requirements of the tentative map, is that they do the frontage improvements to improve Jan Avenue, and one of the requirements is that they actually improve it the whole width. Normally, what we can ask for is, as long as there's connectivity along their frontage, as long as there's full access along their frontage. But we went beyond. We asked the applicant to do their due diligence and coordinate with the property owner to the south, that vacant lot, to essentially work with them to see if they can provide the whole width of the property for the road of Jan Avenue. So we're thankful that was coordinated, and as part of the proposal, they're going to do the whole width along with frontage improvements on their side. Essentially, it's the north side of Jan Avenue with sidewalk, curb, and gutter. At this time, it's just along their frontage. The city of Hollister, as part of the processing of it, can request that they do their frontage. But if we're going beyond, at this time, there is no sidewalk, curb, and gutter on the north side of Jan Avenue all the way to West Side Boulevard. And then on West Side Boulevard, the west side is West Side Boulevard. There's sidewalk all along to 4th Street. So if it is the desire of the council, we can make that as a condition of approval to require those outside improvements. However, there would have to be some coordination with the property owners to the west for those frontage improvements, and the possibility of like a reimbursement, or what do you call it, Bill? If they're doing offsite improvements that are not within their project frontage, like reimbursement to the applicant, as long as the applicant does provide the improvements.
Defer.
Okay, and then my last question on this one is the fascia on 4th Street.
Yes.
How's that elevation looking? I want to make sure that we have a very interesting elevation, some differences out there, something that makes it look nice and not just like a big warehouse building with some windows strapped on it.
Very well. As you, indicated on the mitigated negative declaration, the aesthetic section of the mitigated neg deck does have a condition or mitigation measure, essentially, it does indicate that the elevations of the townhomes shall be revised to break up the mass of the buildings to avoid a monolithic streetscape. The building shall be designed with variation of the building facade with color facades, roof lines, and building heights to create an interesting, differentiated building form and shape. And it goes on. Essentially, the West Gateway, when it was adopted by the City Council in the 2005 General Plan, it was adopted to create a new area within the city of Hollister, and your council has done a lot of work with the beautification of the West Gateway. It's adopted a beautification plan, and one of the things that the city of Hollister wants to do upon receiving applications is to make sure that the design of any new construction or reconstruction of any building is conforming to standards that meet the beautification of the West Gateway. So the city, the applicant has submitted some revised plans to their elevations. One of the revisions is kind of a parapet look on the third elevation, as opposed to the gable finish. One of the things that we would like for the applicant to do is to work a little bit more on the elevations, kind of to provide more of a Mediterranean type of style to the others. I think these elevations have gone a long way, and they've been working on them, and they're a lot better than were originally proposed. But if it's a desire of the council, we can have them work a little bit more on these to provide more of a Mediterranean style to these, and then bring them for a set and architectural before the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Abraham. Those 2 points are important to me, the connectivity and the continue working on the elevations. They're looking really good, by the way. Thank you for working on that. They're coming along a long way since I've seen them last.
Great. You're welcome.
Councilmember Friend.
Has this been through the Planning Commission?
They have not approved any set and architectural or tentative map. What the Planning Commission has approved is a mitigative negative declaration, and as including the mitigation measure for the aesthetics to work on a little bit further on the elevations, because essentially these are, I mean, we do appreciate that they're providing 4 different types of, it's not just the same unit allowing, they're providing a variation, but I think that they took a shot on the parapet one, and I think it works, and so that's kind of what we want to see throughout on the other 3, and I think we'll have a good product out there.
Okay, Vice Mayor Luna.
Yes, Abraham, can you bring back the slide on the corner of Jan and West Side Boulevard?
Sure.
Eventually, West Side Boulevard, there's going to be some improvement there, right? To widen that street?
You got it. Any new development?
Would that be after or prior to this development?
There is going to be, as you know, Councilman Luna, the Councilmember Luna.
Actually, Vice Mayor Luna.
Madam Vice Mayor Luna. I stand corrected.
Doctor.
Thank you.
Or call her doctor for short.
As you know, the Chispa project was approved on a property between Line Street and West Side Boulevard. Right. As projects come in, and that's 49th senior units for 49 apartment units, low income, and so that's one example. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because as projects come in along West Side Boulevard, one of the requirements is that they dedicate along the frontage of West Side Boulevard a certain width for the expansion of West Side Boulevard to the east. And so as projects come in, we require as conditions of approval that they dedicate the space sufficient enough for the expansion, and as part of their improvements that they actually improve it. They improve the site. So to answer your question, yes, the West Side Boulevard all along the east will be expanding as projects come in, unless we get direction from the City Council and the funding to actually do it now. But as long as we don't, then as projects come in, we will be requiring those projects to be able to dedicate and improve at the developer's cost.
Okay.
Yes.
That was my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Clark.
I know we're not looking at a tentative map right now. But
Correct.
I just have a comment for a possible condition, if it seems reasonable to the department. Mandatory AC units along 4th Street. I live in a house that's near a somewhat busy street. There was no condition for an AC unit when the houses were built. It's a 2-story house. These look like they're going to be 3 stories.
Yes.
So if you sleep upstairs, it gets really hot. You've got to open up a window, which means it's going to be loud. So then you're playing this game, whether is it too loud or am I too hot? And I think that if we have that condition, I've seen it be put in place in other places.
Absolutely.
That it can be really helpful for the quality of life for the people who are actually living there. So I don't know if the street necessarily warrants it, the speed of the street, but it might be something to look at.
To answer your question, Councilman Clower, on the noise section of the study, one of the requirements is that an acoustical certified consultant go out and do the inspection of these 3-story buildings, and what we expect from them is certain things as AC units along 4th Street, because of the noise along 4th Street being one of the major streets. However, it is, I agree, we can put it as a condition now for the property owners who would be living along 4th Street. Absolutely.
If a study warrants it, I think that's fine. It doesn't have to be just because I said it or anything. Thanks.
Welcome.
I would say to that comment, that should be a standard in all homes. It really should be. I mean, I know in the past the idea, we don't really need it. The wind blows at 3 o'clock here. Sometimes it blows and doesn't smell so good. So we really should be looking at some of these items as a rule. One of the projects that you recall that really bothered me in the past was our approval of the project along Santa Ana. And the reason it bothered me so much is we weren't requiring that developer to create a sidewalk or a way for foot traffic, basically the kids who go from that development to the school. And I pass it almost every day. My kids go to school in that area. And I see kids walking in the dirt to school. And when it rains, they're walking in the road. We just can't have that. These kind of projects, all these projects, really need to have a plan. As I've said in the past, if you can't get from that project to downtown in a safe manner, they should not be built. And I'm just not buying the facades yet.
Very well.
Okay.
And that is something that we can put as a condition, that they work with the property owners and that they provide full improvements for sidewalk, at least for connectivity to West Side Boulevard. West Side Boulevard, there is already sidewalk, curb and gutter, so that way they can reach, head to that would be the northern area for, say, the closest school there would be Calaveras School. So absolutely, that can be placed as a condition.
So just again, this project's been approved. It's just a change of what they're
It
doing.
hasn't been approved, Mr. Mayor. At this point, we're requesting for the general plan amendment, and then it would go to the planning commission for approval. So right now is when we're seeking the conditions. We're trying to write up a draft resolution for the tentative map, and as part of the conditions, that's going to be part of the conditions that they do the frontage improvements based on what we're hearing tonight, and also I know one of the things that we've been discussing as well is trying to make sure that the townhomes and the single-family homes are built side by side in a way that, for example, not all the single-family homes get built first and then wait a while before the townhome. So we're going to be putting a condition indicating essentially that if the single-family homes go in first, that up to a certain point, say like the 30%, we have a standard one that we've been using, say like 30% of the building permits for single-family homes are built, then no other units for single-family can be issued until the townhomes start getting built as well. So that's something that we're looking into. If it's a desire of the council, we can certainly add that as well.
Perhaps I'm confused. I thought this project we had approved something on this before.
The mitigative negative declaration.
Okay, so they have the right to build. It's just
the environmental, but not the tentative map. The tentative map has not been approved. on this.
Okay, any other questions? This time we'll open it for a public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Marty Richmond.
Marty Richmond from Hollister. I have a couple of questions, and I'll take the answer in the seat from staff. One of them would be, if you looked at it as, if you took the homes all together and divided them over the space as if it was one project, do you come up with medium density? Is that what you come up with? That's what I want to know. The second question is, the facade pictures show them as townhomes with space between them. Is that what they are, or are they attached to each other? You know, if you really have, all you have is, if you have space between them, all you have is a vertical single-family home. You don't really have a townhome, okay? Townhomes are attached to each other, 3 or 4 together, and that saves a lot of space and gives you the open space rather than that, and that's the way I see townhouses. You can't call it a townhouse just because it happens to go up. That's my opinion. It's my personal opinion. The other question is, does over there on West Side Boulevard, where it narrows down, is that really what it looks like, or is that just an effect on the picture? Does it really narrow down like that? So isn't could we offer? You know, I keep saying we ought to ask for more from developers. Can we tell the developer? You know, we're going to widen that, and you're going to have to pay us back, or you can do it. You can do it, and you can do it a lot cheaper yourself. But somehow we need to get it widened when the population shows up, not when the last guy builds. I've made this pitch before, and you know, some of you agree with me, and some of you don't agree with me. It doesn't do any good to do it when the last person builds. I keep saying on Union Road, it won't do any good to have the last developer on Union Road connected to Fairview. It does good to have the first developer connected to Fairview and get the money back from everybody else as they go up the road, or have the city broker it, which we do on things like sewer lines and things like that. You know, we've done that before, because the population will be there, and that means the cars will be there. And that means if you don't fix the road, because it just doesn't happen to be right in front of where the development is, you're just going to get a terrible problem. The road needs to be fixed at the front, and somehow they got to be arranged to be able to get their money back from somebody, whoever else benefits from having that road pushed back. So I'd like to see those things done, and my question is about the townhomes, and my question is, what's the density? If you look at it, you know, just take the whole project, put all the homes that you currently have planned there, whatever they're called, verticals, townhomes, and other ones. What does it come out to? Medium density? I think so, but I want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Hall.
Ann Hall at San Benito Engineering. I'm here on behalf of the applicant here tonight. And I just would like to thank the City Council. You've seen this project before. What we're really here for tonight is to complete what you started over a year ago, which is rezone the back portion. It's just the rezoning that you're approving tonight, not any of the specifics of the project itself. But you approved the initiation of the rezoning last October. As Abraham said, the applicant has now spent that time in between, over a year, working with staff, getting the environmental document done to bring us back to this point. Now that you have the environmental document that Abraham talked about with the mitigated neg deck, you're in a position to approve the rezoning. And then the applicant's in a position to continue forward with this project. So we would just request tonight that you complete the action you started, approve the rezoning to the medium density in the back portion, and then we can go forward with the remainder of it. To answer a couple of questions that Marty asked, the townhomes are separated. They are not attached. However, They still meet the density that is required, which is over 20 units per acre in the front portion, and then the single-family homes in the back meet the requirement for medium density. So the overall project would be, if you took it all together, would be, a high medium density. No problem. Are there any other questions for the applicant?
We'll let the others speak if there's anybody else.
Okay.
There are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, this time I'll close public hearing. Is there any other comments or questions from council? Councilmember Clower?
Abraham, do we have a standard definition of what a townhome is? Because I don't necessarily have a problem with either option. I just think that we're throwing around a word that means different things to different people. And I've always understood that a townhome has shared walls. You own the property below and the space inside, and you own the walls to about the middle of each wall. But so this doesn't meet the definition of a townhome from what I understand. And I think that, I don't know what happened during the growth management program, but I think there was a definition of some sort for a townhome that was voted on. So I just think that we don't all necessarily have the same understanding of what it means.
That's a good point, Councilman Clower. The municipal code does not have a definition of a townhome. We did indicate a definition of a townhome on the growth management, which would be just for the growth management part of it, but not for the actual tentative maps. So at this point, it can be attached or detached as long as it's being proposed as a townhome. So that's what they're proposing them as. But one thing that we can do is work on that proper definition. And if it's the desire of the council to make sure that it's only attached, then we can do so. For this particular project, the West Gateway, it's still going to be within the West Gateway land use designation, and the West Gateway land use designation does not require them to be attached. Units can be detached. It's just definition wise. It can be, they're proposing it as townhomes, but if it doesn't fall within that definition, they're essentially single family homes on lots on individual lots. Essentially, is what it is.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any problem with what's being proposed. I just think that what's being said isn't exactly what it is. Townhouse sounds like something that's going to be, by definition or by construction, more affordable because it's shared. Whereas these are just 3-story houses.
Essentially,
and there's nothing wrong with that, but that's what they are.
That's exactly. That's what it is. Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
For the motion, there's a second. Who seconded?
I will.
Okay.
Is that what the comments generated today with the conditions to include the improvements for the sidewalk improvements along Jan Avenue and the aesthetics?
And also, if you can, that the conversation about West Side Boulevard, I think is a good point because it is going to cause some traffic issues there, and we do need to start forward planning.
Very well.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Did you want the mandatory AC units also? No.
I don't know if that's the right time.
Yeah,
for
I want to
this.
be very careful.
This is about the zoning, rezoning the property.
You don't usually condition properties at this particular state. So what I think that what Abraham can take away is your comments and try to implement that when it goes to the proper board to actually have that.
This is about the rezoning.
That's a good point, Bill. Thank you. It would just be as comments.
As Ann pointed out. So.
Yes.
All right. There's a motion. The motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are making progress here.
Slowly but surely.
F1.
Yeah, this is not working.
Where are we at? This is the second reading of this ordinance, correct?
That's correct, Councilman Friend. Last but not least, second reading of Ordinance 1144 at the December City Council meeting. Staff was directed to provide to come back with the second reading of the ordinance for an amendment to the public facility zoning district, essentially to allow for a potential to expand with the conditional use permit commercial uses in the public facilities district. These it's not going to be overall for overall commercial uses. It would be in a per basis application. They would be submitted to planning. Planning would take it to planning commission with the recommendation to the city council. Again, just to reiterate from last city council meeting, the request was provided by a new business owner here in the city of Hollister who does wine tasting downtown and is very knowledgeable about the winemaking process and is interested in the possibility of leasing some buildings owned by the city to potentially do a commercial use for classes in winemaking and so forth. So that would require an amendment to the zoning public facilities zoning district, and therefore the city does recommend that the city council approve the ordinance. It's ordinance of the City of Hollister to amend Title 17, zoning in the Hollister Municipal Code to consider expanding the opportunity for limited commercial uses in the PF zoning district with the conditional use permit. Any questions for staff?
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. The motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Move to item F2.
Good evening. Item F2 would have been approving a summary vacation. However, late this afternoon, we received a email and a letter from PG&E that, when discussed with the applicant, that this vacation would be for, it makes it a difficult thing for them to swallow. So we're going to request that this item be continued, so further discussions with PG&E can continue or can be had until the first meeting in February 5th, I believe.
So you want to continue to a date of February 5th? Are you going to have enough time by that?
Yeah, I think Brian and Paul and Jeff are going to head to Salinas tomorrow to have that conversation as soon as they can to try and get this kind of ironed out as quickly as possible. I think it's a relatively small issue, but we need to make sure they're on the same page as us.
Is it a right-of-way issue?
It's a public utility easement issue that doesn't necessarily have any public utilities in it, and through the development process, the infrastructure would go in that would ultimately there would be an easement dedicated to PG&E. So I think it's just a matter of what's on record right now versus what will be on record. Okay. I'm hoping.
All right. Any other questions from council?
Do you need a motion to?
Well, let me ask for is there any public comment? Okay, so we're going to need a motion to continue to the 5th, February 5th. All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Move to item F2.
Thank you. Item F3 is a project that's been a long time in the making. This is a resolution that would approve recommendations for a Cienega Road traffic calming and direct staff to advance the project to implementation. Cienega Road between Promise and Nash Road is a road that used to be the main thoroughfare out of town. That road was replaced by the San Benito Street extension. However, it's the people of Hollister and the people who travel on the road seems to have still use this road as a thoroughfare. And so city staff has received complaints about on that road, and these complaints consist of speeding, cut through traffic to avoid the signal at San Benito and Nash, and they also observe a lot of parent pickup and drop off for the high school on that road.
Additionally, with the construction of the subdivision by Benchmark off of Promise, we took that opportunity. There was a nexus involved in that. They would be contributing additional traffic on Cienega Road, and therefore we required them to provide funding for a traffic calming study. This is the result. This study is what was done because of that funding that we received. To do the study, there was a number of traffic studies done, traffic counts, speed surveys, things that were done for in that area. We held 2 community meetings, one on July 19th, 2017, and another one on November 14th of 2017. The first one, Wallace Group, who was the consultant we hired to perform this, came down, presented a lot of different graphics and discussed what the graphics meant and all the different types of strategies that traffic calming can occur for a road such as Cienega Road. They received a lot of good information. There was very well attended by the people in the community. We sent out letters, and then prior to the meeting, we actually went out door to door posting notices so that we can get as many people at these meetings as we can. The meetings were held at the church on Cienega Road. Again, like I said, there was very well attended, and we received a lot of good comments and discussion from the residents. Wallace Group then took that information, took the studies we did, took all the information they had and developed proposals that were presented to staff. We then met with the police and fire department because they have some very specific needs. For example, one of the things that people wanted was the road to be severed, basically blocked, so that cars can't actually enter that road. That was a no vote from the fire department, as they use that as a primary access for or primary response route for incidents in that area from Station 2 and in time Station 1. So having any of those blockages would delay response by minutes, which could be a matter of life and death for certain situations. Wallace then took those comments back, came up with some proposals. We had a second meeting, the November 14th meeting, in which their proposals were discussed, presented, and very well attended meeting. We did the same thing. We sent letters out and did door hangers, taped notices to people's front doors. A good turnout again, and lo and behold, we were able to come up with a consensus of the people in attendance, and to what the design that's being presented today is. Today we're looking at the implementation of a temporary measures, which part of the traffic calming program is to have community meetings, come up with a solution that this community would like to see, then implement a temporary measures, let it sit, let it run, see how it works. 6-9 months later, do some more studies, see if it's been effective, and then if it is, then permanent measures would be installed. The temporary measures that we're looking at putting in with this recommendation are flexible rubber curbs for some bulb outs, 3 small residential roundouts, and there we had a typo in the staff report where it said 2 small residential roundabouts, but it's actually 3. Temporary pavers, temporary channelizers, an electronic speed feedback sign, which basically tells you how fast you're going. Thermoplastic striping of a 4-foot median, fog lines, which is basically right edge lines, and a slurry seal. The slurry seal is being put down because it will, it's basically what we did on San Benito Street. It will erase the existing markings, and there's centerline markings out there. It will also provide a real nice black background for the new striping so that the new striping will actually stand out and give every opportunity for these temporary measures to work. So we'll come back after, between 6 and 9 months. And really what we want to do is get most of the way through the next school year, the current school year, take the new studies during school so that we actually have a normalized traffic pattern from the school. That's what we determine if things worked. In what we're asking is that you direct the staff to advance the project into implementation. Advancing that project means that plans and specifications will be completed. We'll come back to the council to call for bids, approve the plans and specifications, call for bids to be solicited, bid the project, award the project at a city council meeting, construct it. Review between 6 and 9 months, report back, and with a recommendation to either install the permanent improvements or remove the temporary improvements that can be removed. And our recommendation would be that the speed feedback signs remain in place. Some of the striping, thermoplastic striping, would remain in place, but such as the residential roundabouts, they would probably be removed and it would be turned back into normal intersection improvements. So the permanent improvements at that time would be concrete curbs for the roundabouts and the bulb outs, and landscaping. So with that, we are estimating, Wallace has estimated that the construction of the temporary measures, which include the slurry seal and the speed feedback signs, would be about $189,000. At this time, we're not asking for any funds, but that funds, once we actually bid the project, we would ask, at that point in time, we would ask for a budget appropriation to fund the improvements. Attachment A in the staff report shows the plan that has the improvements and how they would be installed. So if there's any questions, I know there's a number of residents here that were at the meeting. So if there's any questions.
Any questions from council? Just clarity here. You said they're temporary, they're roundabouts, and they will be being pulled back out, or?
Yes, because the rubberized flexible curbing is what would be installed.
Temporary, and then you have a permanent roundabout.
And then those are that's to see if things work, and then if everything works, then we'd come back and ask for permanent improvements be installed. The whole idea with the traffic calming program is to actually try and make sure that what we're planning on doing is going to work in the first place. I mean, if it doesn't work, that will be, if it doesn't work, that'd be in our report. And, at that point in time, then we may return the intersections back to normal, remove the temporary improvements, and see if there's something else that we can do that would help with the minimize the complaints that we're receiving out there.
I'm glad you got the neighbors involved and you got the consensus of the neighborhood. That's great to see. I like that we're going to implement some of these traffic calming ideas now. The roundabouts, we've been talking about it for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Seen them city after city, even on some of the more narrow streets. I've seen that in several cities, especially further north here.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you, it's pretty impressive to see what's going on out there. So I'm pleased to see this. The slurry seal, the road, Cienega, I know some of it is kind of beat up a bit. Is the slurry is that gonna hold there, or is it gonna need more repair work first?
The road is relatively in decent condition. A slurry seal will do fine. I don't believe there's going to be a whole lot of road repair that will need to occur prior to the slurry seal. In those places that there are, then we'll try and get those taken care of prior prior
Okay.
to the project.
Good. Councilmember Clower?
There's a portion of this road that is in the county, I believe. At least one side of it's in the county. And I think that's the portion that's not in very good condition. So it's just going to be one additional factor or variable to take into consideration, because there's a stretch that's pretty rough once you get past the house that's being remodeled right now on the southbound lane.
Right, and one of the things that's important to realize here is that, they're still city residents. They may live in the county, they may be going through county roads, but in order for the traffic calming to work, we need to address the entire segment from Nash to Promise. What we will do is talk to the county and find out how far they would like to participate in this program, and if they want to go and possibly do an overlay, or they want to do something, we can work a reimbursement out with them and actually put it into the project with them paying for that portion of the roadway. So there are some things that we can do with the county. We've done it before. We did a number of years ago. We did Buena Vista Road from, I believe, almost like Locust all the way to the east end.
So
or
you
west
will be
end.
you will be speaking with the county then?
Yes.
Okay. Not to cut you short, but it's 10:30 here. Okay. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. George Lewis.
Good evening, George Lewis, resident at Cienega in California. I just want to make that this is a real problem with traffic. As Mr. Rubczyk has said, it's a diversion. People bypass San Benito Street Extension because they don't want to get caught in the traffic. We're straight, and it just put the pedal to the metal and go. A lot of speeding. Even the standard commuters are doing 40 and 50. We also get a lot at 60 and 70. But, sometimes you'll go there, there's nobody on the street. But during the heavy times, when people are trying to get place, they have a commuter mentality, and that is just go. And so it's a need to discourage people from using it as much as to control speed. And I think the roundabouts as proposed will discourage people because they have to deal with those, and it'll also require them to reduce speed to go around them. And I think basically the community, I know of no one on the street that has said anything in opposition to resolving this issue. Everybody is very positive about that this is something that needs to be done. And based on information from the community and the fire and police, this appears to be the logical thing to do at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the council?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor.
There's a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution as written, and also thank you to Mr. Rubczyk for your work and the city staff on this.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Move to item F4.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to request that I excuse myself. I need to drive up to Sacramento for a new councilperson's training now and attend that in the morning. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Enjoy your classes there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jim, did you want somebody to go with you?
If we can leave, I'll drive him up there.
You might just regret that. Right. All right, F4.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I do have an extremely short presentation, if you don't mind, Christine.
Keyword, extremely short.
That's it, it's over already.
I'll go ahead and start. This item before you tonight is to initiate a pre-zone of a property consisting of approximately 14.2 acres of land located in an incorporated area of the county within the North Gateway. Hollister general plan for future annexation into the corporate limits of Hollister. The site is in the unincorporated area of the county of San Benito, located on the northwest corner of San Felipe Road and Wright Road. Further, yes, that's it. Further identified as San Benito County Assessor's Parcel Number 019-090-026, as illustrated above. If approved, the property will be pre-zoned as North Gateway, or within the North Gateway zoning district, and it is consistent with the North Gateway land use category of the Hollister General Plan, as stated previously. Further, one of the determinations that the Local Agency Formation Commission must make when approving the annexation is that services will be available pursuant to Section 17.24.250 of the Hollister Municipal Code, pending approval by the City Council to authorize the initiation of pre-zone. The applicant may submit an application for pre-zoning to the City Planning Department. The pre-zoning must include a plan for services that describes how public services, included but not limited to sewer, water, storm drainage, fire, police, and transportation, will be provided. With that said, tonight staff is recommending that the City Council authorize the initiation of pre-zone application. Staff will then process the pre-zone application, and public hearing will be set before the City of Hollister Planning Commission and the City Council. Are there any questions?
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Friend?
This is the property right north of Dazzles?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so this is going to be light industrial?
North Gateway.
Which is light industrial, okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards? Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. There's a motion, second. All in favor? Aye. All right. Motion carries. Move to item F5.
Good evening again. The item before you tonight is for the approval of a cannabis use permit and development agreement, along with a regulatory permit for Agri-Pharma Distribution to operate a medical cannabis distribution facility out of 1851 Airway Drive. Previously, the City Council had approved Agri-Pharma Extraction to operate a medical cannabis manufacturing facility and Agri-Pharma Nursery for medical cannabis cultivation out of the same site. If approved tonight, the distribution license would allow Agri-Pharma to engage in transportation of cannabis goods and allow transportation goods from or to another licensed premise. The building is approximately 25,060 square feet in size, and the lot is approximately 2.7 acres. It is located at 1851 Airway Drive, and it is in the airport zoning district. Based on the information available, the proposed location meets all of the sensitive use restrictions, and of course zoning. With that, staff recommends that the City Council approve the following under two separate motions. The first one would be Resolution 2018-17 for the conditional use permit, the cannabis use permit and the development agreement for Agri-Pharma Distribution, and Resolution 2018-18 for the approval of the regulatory permit for Agri-Pharma Distribution as well.
Okay, is there any questions from council? Councilmember Friend?
You stated earlier that we already approved the manufacturing?
Manufacturing and cultivation, yes.
So now we're just adding for wholesale distribution, not retail?
No. Okay. This would only allow from licensee to licensee, not to patients.
Okay, any other questions? Vice Mayor Luna?
So this would be two different companies actually in the same location, right?
No, it's essentially ran by the same members of the of the company, Agripharma Extraction and Agripharma Nursery, and then distribution. It's all the same members.
So this would be distribution?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any speaker cards? Okay, thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll go on to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Clower.
I do not have any committee meetings.
Councilmember Friend.
Yes, I have one report to make on the Joint Fire Safety Committee. We had a meeting where we had a presentation about the what was it called? It's about the JPA
study or
on,
district.
Well, it is late. JPA on creating a countywide district for fire. And it was requested, once that presentation was brought on and the information was passed out, that most of the committee agreed that that presentation should be brought to each of the two city councils and the county board of supervisors to get their, so that everybody's aware of what we're talking about, and so the information can get out to all the stakeholders. It's quite comprehensive. I'm not going to make any comments on it because you got to make up your own mind on how you want to proceed. And what the joint committee is asking is for the council in this place to receive the report. We'll schedule it somewhere down, I think a special meeting or something, and get that report, and then the council in itself can give the members of the fire committee their direction where they want this to go. There's several, directions this can go. We can accept the recommendations of the consultant, or we can just back away from it and not do anything, I guess. So I would expect Billy to be approached by the county director of emergency services to schedule some meeting to where we can do that.
We were going to do a joint meeting, county, San Juan Bautista, and City of
It was
Hollister.
going to be tried to put together where all of us could be here in the room and hear
at the vets with the public.
Yeah, and we actually may have some other business to take care of too. So we were hoping for January 29th. I haven't heard from Kevin yet about that, but if that works out for most of the folks here, that would be awesome. So. And
it was suggested that we use the Vets Hall.
Yes.
So that we can get a lot of the communities together.
I think that's appropriate, yeah.
And then we can have all three councils, or the majority of them, there. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's my report.
Do we have a time that we're thinking about?
I believe we were talking about 6 o'clock.
So then once that is all brought out, then at the next regular scheduled meeting, we'll be able to give direction to the steering committee.
Okay. Vice Mayor Luna?
I have no report.
Okay. My only report, Councilmember Friend covered one of them. The other one is LAFCO. LAFCO has decided or voted to move towards expanding the sphere of influence of the city of Hollister to the southern area, Southside Road. So they're going to have a discussion with the city manager and see if the city is interested in pursuing that. So there's preliminary discussions on that expansion that would LAFCO, some of the members felt would be beneficial to take care of that sooner rather than later. So
Was that last Thursday?
At our last meeting, that conversation came up, so they'll be contacting the city manager and having that conversation. Okay.
Just a question on your
Sure.
report. Brings up an interesting question. If LAFCO decides they want to change that and the council says they don't want to, where's the power?
With the council, and that was the conversation to see if that's where the city wanted to go and can move in that direction if the city
So, I mean, LAFCO
please.
can't just change the sphere of it?
No, they want to work with the city, and it's just
Okay.
it's a preliminary conversations about making the change. And one of the conversations was, do we need to wait for the applicant, that being the city, to request it, or does LAFCO start the procedure? And that's where I felt it's best to have that conversation first, city manager, and then go from there. All right, we're going to move over to informational reports from City Council. Councilmember Clower.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that the joint use agreement with the Hollister School District went into effect at the beginning of the year, so Ladd Lane's now open on the weekends and holidays and after 6 when the sun's still up at that point. I went out there on Monday with my kids, and it was pretty awesome. They've got a huge playground, they've got a track, lots of grass. It's a good addition in terms of recreational opportunities. And then just wanted to thank you guys for the support of the little Nora Drive pocket park that we did last year. That's up and running, and we went there too, and there was probably 4 different families there within a 20 to 30 minute time frame, so that was a pretty big deal for that side of town. And then I just want to let everybody know that the superintendent of the high school has reached out to me and asked if we could possibly look at putting together a letter of support or a resolution of support for their grant application for a new market tax credit. I guess their application looks better if they get the local entities to support it, and it would be for additional funding for the swimming pools. So if it's something that would be okay, we'd like to look at that at the next possible meeting. Thanks.
Will they do a presentation to us to talk about what they're, so it's clear what a tax credit is and not?
Yeah, I'm sure they would, and it would be helpful because it's not the most straightforward program. It's a little hard to understand.
Exactly. Okay. Councilmember Friend?
Yeah, just one quick thing as an update for Alvarez, or park on Alvarez Street, that we are in design, and as soon as that is done, we will again hold public meetings so that we can get everybody's buy-in on. We had their buy-in on what they wanted to see. Now we're going to see what the designers can come up with. So that should be by the end of February. We'll be doing that.
And if I may, Councilmember Clower, you said that was a new market.
Yeah, I believe the term is a new market tax credit. It's.
I just want to make sure.
It's a pretty complex thing, so it'll be good to hopefully at least somebody from their district can come and give us 5 minutes about it. We don't really have anything to do with it, the actual process of applying for it, but because part of the criteria is that it'd be an underserved community. It's a need for an underserved need, and the swimming pool is in this case, so they would like our support.
Okay, Vice Mayor Linda.
Actually, I'll be attending the Area Agency on Aging tomorrow in Watsonville, and that's the only report I have.
Okay. The group that would like to see the improvements at the dog park will be having a meeting Thursday, the 25th at 6:30 p.m. at Mars Hill to discuss some of their ideas and ways they can work together with the city to do the improvements at the dog park at the Longview Airport. 6:30 p.m. Thursday, the 25th. Okay, City Manager.
As I mentioned earlier, if we can get the joint meeting together to discuss the fire feasibility study for JPA and or district, I was hoping to get that scheduled for the 29th. If that doesn't happen, I may be seeking for us to get together to adopt a resolution that's kind of time sensitive for a potential relatively large transportation grant, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000. So if we can get you, if you are in town and can spend 15, 20 minutes with us, that might be a worthy cause to get together. So look forward to that. All right? Okay. Other than that, I have nothing to report unless I don't think anybody's mentioned this. Mr. Villegas' services start technically tomorrow. What's that? Oh, yeah, tomorrow, and then tomorrow evening is a rosary, and then services at Sacred Heart at 1 o'clock on Thursday afternoon. So for the community members, most of the city staff will probably be attending that. So most of us will be back probably in the office around 3 o'clock. So I'm hoping that everybody is cognizant of that and understands where most of the staff will be during that period of time. So
that would be on Thursday?
That's on Thursday,
on
yes.
Thursday?
Yeah.
And the rosary is
Wednesday night.
Wednesday from 1 o'clock, I believe.
The rosary starts, I think, at 7. Yeah.
The rosary does, but visitation.
Visitation is like 1 to 7.
Yeah, okay, 1 to 7. Okay. City Attorney?
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Chief? Captain?
The only thing I wanted to report was this Friday we're going to be attending a graduation for our Sergeant Rosie Pitano. She's going to be graduating from the Sherman Block Supervisor Leadership Institute. It's a pretty prestigious program. The other staff that have attended that and graduated from that is our Chief Westrick, Lieutenant Olson, Lieutenant Dan Wynn. It's a really great development program. She did outstanding over the last 6 months, and she's going to be graduating on Friday. So I want to congratulate her for that.
Where's the graduation at?
It's going to be in Pleasanton, actually. Sherman Block Leadership Institute is they do it in Southern California and in Northern California, and she's been attending in Pleasanton every 1 week every month, and then there's a break in between, and it's pretty intensive, a lot of reading, a lot of programs, a lot of group work with other supervisors from around the state. And it's a really great thing, and she did, like I said, outstanding in it.
Just got an update on the funeral. It is a visitation on Wednesday from 1 to 8 at Grinnell, and then on Thursday, Sacred Heart at 1 p.m. Thank you for that update. City Clerk.
I do. I want to say just thank you to City Manager, City Council, Jerry, Ray, Mickey. I mean, you guys, Carson, you guys have all really supported me and helped me get through this. Thank you to my coworkers for putting up with me, because it's been pretty crazy trying to juggle everything and all that learning and education, and a special thank you to my family as well for putting up with me through all of this. So thank you. Also, the awards dinner is coming up. The San Bernardino County Chambers Awards Dinner is on the 27th. And we did the Hollister Downtown Association 30th anniversary last Friday night, and we had a pretty good turnout. Elizabeth Gage came and Steve Rosati, so it was kind of nice to see them there, yeah.
Good. All right. On to G3, the first quarter review.
Christine, do you mind putting up the presentation, the real long one?
The very thorough one.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. So we're doing the first quarter, so we're running a little late on the presentation. The second one is being worked on right now, but I will jump right into it. So with the revenue, we projecting right now about with a quarter of the year through that we're at 29% of revenue compared to budget. The most significant is charges for services, and also for our licenses and permits. Right now it's real tough with property taxes because they don't come in until December and January. So expenditures, they're at 27%, which I feel is pretty good. Seeing how as you look at non-department, it's at 74%, and that's because our first payment for the side fund, our second one, was made in the second quarter. But most all the departments are right on track, so we feel real good that we'll, like I say, revenue is going to be more than expenditures for right now. And there is a concern, engineering allocating their time. They're right on track. Personnel is a little bit over the 25%, but they're also their engineering inspection fees are at 73% of revenue. And so I feel that they probably should be spending some time in the general fund. Fire department, they're here. Please don't hit me. Overtime is at 75 or 76% of the budget but the personnel is at least at 25%. One thing that we accomplished, like I say, paid 1.2 or 1.25 of a million of our lump sum payment to PERS, and then, like I say, our final payment to PERS for our side funds was in November 3rd. But
yeah.
Any questions?
Yes.
I made it short and sweet, and as I know it's going to be this late at night.
I like the grand finale. Perfect.
Yeah. Any questions?
That's side fun.
Congratulations.
You heard some of my concerns earlier that we're spending money at every meeting, and I'm just concerned that we're not being careful. We're not pre-planning. We're just reacting. That's a sign to me that we're reacting, and I don't like to react. I like to plan ahead. I think we've done a good job in the past, but I'm seeing dollars being spent at every meeting now, and I want to make sure we're having a nice long conversation about these items at the appropriate time when we're going through the budget.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Anybody from the public? Any comment cards? Okay. They're all asleep.
Thank you. I know.
And we'll move to item G3. G4. See, I'm behind already. I've been all night. I've been behind. G4.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've gotten some new information recently, I think as early as this afternoon. I think it'd be more appropriate if we prepare kind of an executive summary on some of the information that we have. We'll present it to you, and I think it'll be a better conversation on February 5th. So if it pleases the council, I'd like to have direction to move it to that night. Yes.
Everything we've done tonight has been put off to February.
I know, it's going to be a long meeting on the 5th.
You know, some of these meetings are running until 11 o'clock at night. Can we start spreading this stuff out? There's no hurry to get this done because it's not going to change. I mean, could this go to the second meeting in February?
The second meeting in February? Absolutely.
Yeah. These are starting to...
Marathon.
Hey, you can do this in June.
I mean, we're not kicking the can down the road. We're just inching it down the street.
Okay.
You know, it's not.
Yes, I'd be more than happy to put that on the second meeting in February for us.
Please
Thank you.
You got it.
If
What
that's
day
a
is it?
consensus of the council.
The 19th?
20th.
20th? A holiday? Okay.
It's only been 2 years.
I mean, come on.
The thing's
It
going
ain't
to
gonna
expire
change
before we
anyhow.
talk about it.
I know.
Thank you. You have it.
Thank you.
We're going to move to G5, the committee appointments. See, tonight, I've spoken to all the council members, and we're all in agreement, or each person is willing to stay with the committees they're on. So this year's committees will be exactly what last year's were.
Did you
Do
want
you need me to read them all out?
Did you want to add alternates? Because I know some of them didn't have alternates, and you had discussed adding alternates at one point.
Which ones did not have alternates?
I think.
Do you have?
Fire protection, there's two of you, but there's no alternate.
For fire protection?
Jim would be interested in that. He's been going, right?
He went to one.
Yeah, he's gone to a few. Fire protection as an alternate, Jim Gilio.
Okay.
Since he's not here, let's load him up with all the alternates.
The bus ran right over him.
That's the way it works, right?
Yep.
The Pajaro River watershed flood
Never has me.
prevention has never had a meeting. Okay, well, there's no alternate for that either.
I've asked about that one before, and I don't think anybody knows where it is.
Yeah, I think we're okay there.
The Solid Waste Franchise Agreement Committee, there's two of you, but no alternate.
There's two of us on that committee.
Yeah.
Right, but there's an alternate. Is there not an alternate?
See, I don't know.
Well,
Probably
yeah,
won't.
one more time.
Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee, there's no alternate. There's only two of you.
That's, okay, we meet within here.
Integrated Waste Management, I think we already went over that, right? Was that the same as the one above? No,
That's
that was
one more.
solid waste. This
Solid
is,
waste.
oh, we do have an alternate
We
there.
do have an
Ray,
alternate,
yeah.
yes.
The Monterey Bay Unified Air Pollution Control District, we don't have an alternate.
Well, Jim Gillio has plenty of time.
Okay.
Teach him to announce early he's running.
Is that?
The Revenue Subcommittee, there's two of you, but no alternate.
That's, we meet as we schedule it.
Successor Agency for RDA, Jim Gillio, no alternate.
I was on that before, so I'll take the alternate.
Should we make Jim Gillio the alternate for that one too?
I was on the successor agency before, I'll take the alternate.
You'll take the alternate, okay.
If he misses a meeting, I'll hit him.
Gang Prevention Committee, we do have an alternate.
We have the alternate you were covered.
Oversight Committee, there's only one, no alternate. Should we
On-
add an alternate?
Which one?
Oversight Committee of the former redevelopment agency?
Isn't that what Ray would? Ray is willing to take that.
More than happy to.
Area Aging on, Area Agency, there's no alternate on that one. Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council. It's Mickey, but there's no alternate.
Well, Jim Gillio sounds like a good candidate. Where?
Mickey has good attendance on that one. So.
Yeah,
I could go on the agent.
You want to go on the agent?
Yeah.
Didn't want to say.
Don't want to
I'm
make
the next in
assumptions.
line as far as old age. So.
Councilmember Friend will be the alternate on that.
Huh?
They're bad. Yeah, that sounds popular.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
It's a fiery group. I like
Do
that.
we have a LAFCO alternate?
And it's shared with cities, so San Juan is the alternate for the next 4 years, and then it comes back to Hollister.
LAFCO, Ignacio is on it, and then Ray's the alternate.
Actually, the alternate is actually San Juan Bautista for the next 3 years, and then it comes back to the city of Hollister for the alternate. So it goes 4 years San Juan, 4 years
They
us.
just have one alternate for the whole committee.
Oh.
So if any one of the committee members is not there, the alternates.
No, for the supervisors have
That's weird.
a choice also. They have Robert Rivas as their alternate. And then the public one has one alternate also, and that is, I forgot her name.
So you could end up with two San Juan Bautista at the same meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, as we would too, with the city of Hollister having it represented, and the alternate could be, within 3 years, it becomes the city's alternate.
It just seems really weird, because then you end
That
up
will
with
make
zero
up.
for one city and two on the other?
No,
I think we should buy
if
out
the person
city of-
misses, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we should buy out the city of San Juan.
or the other way. Is that it?
Yep, I think that's it. The
Okay.
rest are all ad hoc committees, so I don't think,
All right, is there a consensus agreement on that?
Yeah, go for it.
Yes. All right. H, I, J, and K, there's no business.
Move for adjournment.
Can we adjourn in the name of George?
Yes.
Remember George?
I would
Okay.
like to do that.
Absolutely. Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
so the motion was Ray, the second was Mickey, right?
Yes.
Actually, we got through it quicker than I thought we were going to get through.
I thought it was going to be at midnight.
So did I.
Not bad.
Now I got to go find some.
Whenever I see the public, the
I got to go find something to eat.